So right now, can you hear us, guys? Hello, hello, hello. I guess so. It should be like that. So welcome to the it's like the 12th week, yeah.
12th week, yes.
The 12th week for the our season 2 on Monday. My name is Pandy Andy, and as you can see, I'm not alone, luckily, because it would be boring to be alone. There is something new joining us in because I would say this is like your first stream for the hour, right?
It is correct. Now, I'm
Yeah.
Chili, also known as, you know what? It's crazy.
Yeah.
My name, I have so many different names. When I used to
Yeah.
play rugby,
Yeah.
my name is Chili, and that's what I stick with. But I'm also go by Alejandro, which is my middle name. And
Yeah.
since I lived in Australia beforehand, that
Yeah.
was the exotic name I gave myself. It is my middle name, but it's exotic rather than David being my first name. But now I live in the States and there's Hispanics galore here. So I've gone back to just being called Chili.
Ooh, okay. So we just like can say to you chili, right? Is it good for
Yeah,
you
Chili.
or like
Chili's
any
fine.
day?
Chili.
Okay, all
Chili
right.
is fine. Yes.
Yeah, guys, so as you can see, the stream team is also growing up, not only the tournament. Right now, we got 92, maybe 93 players. So, like 1 minute left for the last round joining in. So, we can get the 100. And I'm again already so excited that like so many people participating. Even there's like in Europe, is like Eastern celebration in many countries. I also know that like on America, there's also like something like spring break, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
spring break for the States,
Yeah.
and that's more for school students.
Oh,
So
okay.
people that are working still have to work, but if they've got kids, they'll take the time off, usually to
All
go on
right.
vacation. But it
Because
is
yeah.
it's nice. It's the turning from the winter to the beautiful weather. We're starting to get warmer, which I'm
Oh,
grateful for.
that is cool
Um,
because here we just like got off days, like also
yeah,
like for work. So
yeah. So
nice.
you're in Germany, right?
Yeah, I live in Germany.
So if
Yeah.
you live in Germany, do they celebrate Easter Monday? Do you have that
Yes.
as a day off work?
We have like the after work it called like Rosenmontag. It's just like Rosary Monday, something like that. Something like that in English. I don't know how it's like the name in English for our
Yeah.
celebration day for that.
So coming from Australia, we have Good Friday off, which is the
Yeah.
Friday before Easter, and
Yes.
we have Easter Monday off as public holidays, so paid days off. Come to
Oh.
the States, and no Good Friday, no Easter Monday. I'm like, what's going on? Where now I understand the whole world isn't Christian, but come on, those days off are sacred, and we don't get them. So
Yeah. But do you know what we are getting? We're getting directly nice rounds to watch because the first round actually started for our tournament. So
awesome.
as for you for the first time, you can decide on which table we can join in. So if you have like any cool names that you want to watch, yeah.
You know, one thing I'd like to see is I'd like to see someone that is playing a hero that is not common, so not meta. Now, I'm trying to have a look at it here. I'm trying to find why I cannot get to it. So I will... Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong table. That's why.
Yeah. So I could tell you like plenty of names that playing like usual meta decks, but like off meta decks, I don't have like that many clue. I could say like that maybe.
Yeah, because it doesn't show you what they're playing.
Yeah,
it just tells you who they are.
You need to like click through all of that. So I would say like maybe if the player joined in for today, then I can tell you that.
So we've got 46 tables in total. That's not bad at all.
Yeah. So we could join table 3 because I know Overloss is a dedicated Gurung player for my local scene actually. And so he's always playing Gurung.
But table 3 still, it doesn't look like it's started yet.
Yeah, you can just like click on it because you always needed to refresh and the table is still not started. Yeah, you're right. But this is like a table that I could tell you it could be interesting to watch. But Hyper K is a well-known like a Tisha player. If he's still playing Tisha, if he's not changed it. I know Overloss is playing Gurung. And it's like the only Gurung that I see by far every time when I join like in tournament.
Good on him.
Yeah.
Good on him playing Gurung. I think Gurung's a great hero. It is the hero that many people locally here in the States, or at least in Salt Lake City, wanted to try. That was what drew them in. but unfortunately the card pool was so poor in set 1 that they had no chance of ever winning.
Yeah.
But with Trial by Frost, there's a few new goodies that help them at least get a few victories at the beginning.
Cool. Yeah, so what I like, yeah?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to see, the stream hasn't started for them yet from what I can see.
The stream didn't start?
No, for Overloss's game.
All right. All right. And Teller, Runefolk, and Paandyandy. Yeah, so basically, do I need to do that? Oh, wait. Oh, I'm so sorry. I still got Runefolk on that name. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm not offended. He's a good fella.
Okay. So what can I type for you? It's like, is there like a
Chile,
like just like right,
CHILE, or and you can put in brackets Cruz. On the Discord I'm known as Cruz, which is my last name, CRUZ.
Like that, or you would prefer Cruz?
I don't mind. As I said, I go by so many names, I am not offended.
Okay, then I'm using Chile because it's sound relaxed. Haha. Okay,
I'm pretty laid back.
So table 3 did not start it yet. So if you want, we can also just join another table. So
yeah, let's join table 2 because they're already halfway through their game. Which is Jules and Pevilo. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Jules. So these two players are not affiliated with one of the teams, which is surprising. You're seeing so many people be affiliated these days.
Yeah. Great. Check out. Yes.
So we got a Spaniard against a French. Oof.
Yes. Pivot against Jude Sturox, and it would be a Lindy against the Kojo. I like Lindy because it was just like the first deck that I saw popping totally off on set 2. With all those new mechanics, and also got so many good results on that. And Kojo, it's I have the feeling still, if it's also one of the most popular played decks, it's still the secret meta deck. Sometimes I have the feeling of, if you're seeing Kojo in action, it's just crazy to see how the deck is going on. But I think from all those S+ super duper tier lists that you could take a look on that, Kojo is always not shining that much, but I like the deck at most. Beside effects of Afana, Sigisma, and as you can see, Kojo is still continue running like that.
Yeah, well, Kojo is basically Sigisma.
Yeah,
that's the way I look at it. You got token creation, but you have more balance. So my view is there's a balance in that you can play offensive and defensive.
Yeah.
Whereas with Sigisma, it seems that it's mostly just rush.
Yeah.
Go in as hard as you can, get all your bodies on the board.
Yeah.
But the 2/2/2 Buddha is fantastic. It is such a great, because it's hard to beat. It really is hard to beat.
Yeah, it's true. So, and as we can see right now, it's also just like that Kojo is still doing his thing. So playing out not only the Braven, it's also the Icebound Peak. That's interesting.
This is great. And they've got a unique in reserve, so they're unique. It doesn't give any benefits from reserve, but I Dorothy Gal looks beautiful.
With this Icebound Peak, maybe we will see a Fire Rabbit already being on hand, and just a good preparation for the upcoming turn, or just for that turn now, to just close it out a little bit more safely. Still, even Lindy is now being the starting player for that turn, and also being able to just getting the more for free out to the companion side. We don't see any Baba Baba's Isbao or something else, so still kind of hard for Lindy right now to just sacrifice everything, beside the fact that there will be just a Morph Lantern coming on the hero side, and now it's looking good again. But
this isn't too bad. It's surprising what they were able to do to get benefits on both sides of the field, but it's going to be hard for them to win the hero side right now.
Yeah, basically that's right. But what we can see now is that still the coach is still going to okay.
Jeez. Okay. This isn't bad at all.
There's a second roll. And now it's the thing that Kojo could have on some other points. It's now actually not that bad for him.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's not bad because the Morph Lanterns,
Collapse to Lindaway. That's fantastic.
Yes.
Two sides from that. Look at this. I think as I watch these games, one thing for me is you learn so much about how people play.
Yeah.
You learn what makes someone tick and their game dynamics. Purely
Yeah.
like I would never have played Lindy the way they just did it, and it's beautiful.
Yeah. It's totally true. For me, it's like still, even if it's like with Lindy right now, seems like, okay, this is like not looking good at all. Then you're just like seeing out two Mothlanders popping off in combination with the Moth Lava. And then it's just like full heroes, like just like a run full size full of little moths that just like flying around. And then there's like the little Mao riding on the companion side just to go. It will continue with the mobile armory basically, where the Mothland could simply play out again. But now we will see the tiny chin, and so at least there would be like good stats on the companion side. But it's also just like for our Lindy, also known like for playing something like Small Step, that right now it could be just like basically one side that needs to get the win. So our Kojo needs to hurry up a little bit because the later the game goes on, it's good looking for our Lindy.
And as you said earlier, if let's see, is it Pevilo that's playing Kojo?
Yeah.
So if Pevilo up top has, he doesn't. I was thinking if he had the trigger, the Fire Rabbit, so he could trigger his Icebound, but no, not yet. But Icebound coming out in the next round would be great if we can get something out of it.
Totally. And we still could like see, like with that, like 2 mana left, there could be like just like even the Baba's Ispa.
Yes.
Just like preparation for the next turn. That's looking good. It's looking better and better for our Lindy right here. So just like discarding the Maw, alright, just like getting another Moth.
Yeah, to force the win. Yeah.
So
that's
such
like
a 1-1.
Yeah, such a great like Lindy. The ability of it to think both offensively and defensively, to be able to use its hero ability both as a enactor for things to happen, but also as the resolution. Really, really good hero text, but very difficult to master.
Yeah, totally. It's just like that because I remember I wanted to try out a little bit Lindy for myself. I was like, I mean, like that now. It's just like looking, oh, I forgot that my cam is not working, so how can I say that people, okay, it's like not, I thought this was like easy, like I'm doing the things with my finger, okay? It's like easy because you're just like getting out your Maw, some sacrifice, and then 2,000 mobs, and then you go.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. But as you can
there you go.
Yeah, Small Step, Giant Leap, and then easy win. But actually preparing the board in the way like that, also at this game state, it's just like not that easy. It's just like pretty hard. Just like to know, okay, on that turn I will put down the first Mothland, and then the second one we're going to finish it with a win. And so nice play from Jules Durox, I guess.
Jules Duro, I think is the way you say it.
Okay,
now, I think it being French, that's the way I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I lived in Spain for 2 years. I was rooting for Spain. They didn't win, but you played well. I think they had it hard done by Jules Duro is a very, very strong player from what he showed. Also, amazing stats.
Yeah, totally.
436.
Yes. So if you want, we could just like join in another table. Maybe the table. I want to say like join in table 3. So Traps are telling me Chile's mic still has a strange sound to it. I don't know.
My mic isn't sounding well?
It's doing like this, sometimes this stuff. You know what I mean? It's like so.
Okay.
Maybe that, but I thought it was not that loud. But yeah.
Is it I'm too loud? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's those. If you're just like talking, there is like this in the background. I don't know if you're hearing it when I'm doing it.
No, I can hear you, but unfortunately I can't. It's surprising. Were you hearing it when we were testing earlier? I don't think we did.
No, it was just like starting now. So
okay.
So
maybe I got too close to the mic. If you see any feedback in there, let me know, and then what I'll do is I'll disconnect and connect again, or I'll change the audio coming from the camera rather than my mic.
Coach has said, it is a rid and teeny and accurate at points. Oh, all right, okay, yeah.
Okay, so that's coming through on my. It's my mic that's messing up. Is what you're saying?
Should be. Basically, right. Can you say something? No?
Yes. Hello.
Should be.
Can you hear me?
Should be better now, guys. Should be better now. Maybe it should be better now. Yeah. Maybe I did something. I'm sorry, guys. Maybe it was just like I forgot to add something. But talking about Ko, we can also join him on table 41 and to see how he's going on. Because he's playing actually. Let's typing in if you want to.
Let's go to table 41.
Yeah. Perfect, good. And we see a teacher mirror match. My new favorite hero.
Really?
Yeah. I started so there's like a story where I just like and go through my collection of uniques that I like didn't scan or just like did like put in my stuff back. So then I was just like seeing 2 mass anchoring uniques and I was thought like, oh yeah, they're probably so good, I sold them already. And then I just like put them to the sold uniques stable, and then afterwards I just like scanned through the stable for whatever reason, and then there were like 2 cards popping off with like, you scanned the cards, they're now in your collection, and it was those mass anchoring uniques, and I was like, hold on, I always had like those uniques like here in my room and I didn't scan them, why? And then I started to play, yes, and then I asked a team player of mine for Nicaragua, and he was like, yeah, basically for 250 euros they would go around for that. And I know that because I wanted to buy some of them, and I was like, I almost just like bought some uniques that doing the same thing, and I already had someone just like open from a booster, maybe it was just like from a participating booster, and so I just like put them aside and didn't like realize what I got in the booster, and I was like, no way. And now, yeah, so it's just like I'm a teacher try now for that reason.
But I'll say 250 euro, that's a lot of money for a piece of cardboard. So some of the cards are going for insane values. Now, I know the marketplace hasn't gone live yet, but I do like that they put a limit, at least for now, on how much it can be sold for. Doesn't mean it can't be sold elsewhere. But you can see, is it not, how do you say Nitracti?
Yeah.
From France? Yeah. So he's got that one of the crazy unlimited anchor uniques. It's an expensive one, though, for 3 from hand and 2 from reserve.
Yeah,
but it's still great.
Yeah, that's true. It's just like great, and it's also like one of those. It's just like the conditioner if you're controlling like characters. There are like also good conditions if like when a character gets a boost, or it's also just like easy to get for teacher, or if you're controlling 2 or more boosted characters. So just like an amazing card, the Esmeralda. And I would say this is just like with the marketplace and with the prices, whole topic that we can talk about. But basically this is a good unique, but I would say there are like other uniques with way more worse conditions going for the same price. So I'm happy that they already did on the better marketplace like a maximum price amount, and you can just like filtering it a little bit better. And Cole just said, I'm cooked. But Cole, I mean, you got the spindle. And you got the spindle. and you know what I'm saying. If you have the Moona best on play, then you're the winning player. You just need to believe at this point. Even if it's not, it's not looking good.
No, that is not looking good.
No.
Now, and there's hold on. Isn't there a rare in Moona that you can that will put everything to sleep on one side of the table, or is that not in Moona? The rare Twinkle Twinkle, I believe.
The rare Twinkle Twinkle, it is,
Or is it not? Is that the one that puts everything to sleep on one side of the board?
Yeah, it should be. I'm searching for the card. I know what you mean, but I also don't know.
Maybe it's not Twinkle Twinkle.
Maybe it was Beauty Sleep, the rare version. I'm looking for that.
I'm gonna have a look.
No, it was Twinkle Twinkle, but it's for Lyra. All characters in Target Expeditions gain a sleep. Yeah.
I've never seen it used in a tournament or in live, but that is a very, very strong effect. It's just not with Moona. Moona doesn't have that much interaction, unfortunately.
I mean, those rare version as Twinkle Twinkle would be actually good for Muna because there are like not that many cards that you're using to just like discard something from your opponent beside now the Lost in the Woods or like the Beauty Sleep for their own. But it would be actually a nice addition, that's true. It would be awesome to have. But as we can see...
it's not looking good for poor old Kohlrabi.
Just like another Europhasian going on, and that's it basically. That's it for Ko, so GG.
Gee, another good game.
Yeah, totally.
This is great. You can see like the French players are so strong. Like, at least I compare it to what we've got here in the States. We don't have that many strong players. Oh, say we will have good players, but we don't have the ability of playing as often. So therefore, you don't get as strong because you don't have the ability to play as much. What about in Germany?
Oh, in Germany, it's just like so. Like in general, when it comes into card games, you need to split it up like from the western part of Germany and the eastern part. So it's basically like that here. Also, I'm living like in the eastern side of Germany, like in Dresden, like in the city. And there's like that like in general, like card games or board games are like not that well known or just like well played in card stores. So it's like basically really hard for a card game to popping up. But Ordered actually just somehow, and we still don't know why. I mean, I know why, because it's the best card game ever. It's actually going like for a card game that you just like playing 1v1, like going really good. So we got like numbers between 8 to 16 players each week. And I would say like for a new card game, especially like on the eastern side in Germany or eastern part, it's like actually good numbers. Because usually you don't have like that many players, because we have like Magic that's going well with Commander and Pokemon and One Piece and also Lorcana for sure. But like newer card games, sometimes like really difficult for them to showing off. It's like then only like the one certain local store on the whole side of Eastern Germany that's like popping off with the card game. But Ordered, so like on every like tournament that I registered, I know there were at least 8 to 10 players participating.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and I'm like, in my opinion, it's like good numbers like for a new card game. And on the western side, it's a little bit different, because it's like if there's like a card game releasing, then they like have enough players, but they also have like more possibilities to drive like to the bigger states of card games. It's like if you're living like in the western part, then it's easier to go to France or just like to the Netherlands or just like to Switzerland, to Austria, or you know. So and for us, I mean, we still got like easy way to Poland or to the Czech Republic. But I would say Ordered is doing good. It's I mean, for a new card game. I'm also hoping.
We're all hoping, right? Shall we go to table 46?
Oh yeah,
if that's
sure.
still going. OMB Keek. So do you know much about that team, OMB?
OMB, it's I know the full name. On My Back, I would say.
On my back. So there's two teams then in Brazil then. Yeah. So you got On My Back, and you've got, what's the other team from Brazil?
After You.
Yeah, After You.
Yeah.
Isn't that a cool name? AFTU.
Yeah, cool. It's actually basically team short is like actually amazing, and also like the name in general. I liked it.
I like it. They did great. So another mirror match here with Fen and Crowbar. Now, Fen and Crowbar is the vein of my existence. I play Sigismar. And this is the deck that probably against me beats me about 70% of the time. Yeah. Most other ones, I'm either 50-50 or I'm 60-40. But Fen and Crowbar, just with the amount of things they can do in their reserve and the alternate win condition with Lyra Festival, it is bloody hard for me to beat them.
That's amazing to hear. Yeah, it's also like Fen is actually my deck that I always prefer when I play like on my local store, because it's just like so much fun what you can do basically. And I remember when I opened like my first display and I saw Fen as like the first hero out of the starter decks, I was just like reading like the effect and was like, oh yeah, this is a cool hero. I want to play a deck around that. And so I was always happy that it's like doing well in general, like Fen is doing well into the meta. But yeah, you're right, Sigismar is just like, the battling document is pinned in the team section. That was my first elo of the game. Opinion in the team. Oh, team section. Ooh, yeah, it's true. We got the team section. There we can tell the name. That's good. Thank you. Yeah.
And I'm gonna.
So, but as we can see now, it's looking good. I mean, our bottom Piemonte got a little bit more of actually resources on the reserves, just like the Tringa, our both Incaster and Magical Training sitting on that. So, okay. And the team is still not on the team list. So I would say it's like on my back. Yeah.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. It should be. Okay. Ooh, starting off with the Martingale. Continuing with her. That's good.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. So you are a Lyra. Sorry, you are a Lyra player. You seem to play Fen and Crowbar. What's your usual? What would you do in their position? So looking at what we've got here, we're only 2 steps from winning. That's both of them. What would you do? What's your Lyra Festival probably isn't played right now.
Yeah. I mean, it would be just like depends. I mean, at that game of the point, I would see that like my opponent is out of time, so I would just like wait. Nah, just kidding, guys. I would never do it.
In a tournament, I wouldn't. I prefer not to force someone to quit the game, because now I'll say this. I do like that in a real life game as opposed to BGA, the time limits seem shorter. Like you cannot wait 2 minutes between each turn, right? That takes too long.
I would say like it depends on, because it's still like the chance, but as we can see right now, it's just like both Tringas are just like available. And even like with the Anansi actually just like showing off, this could be just like another potential reason to put the Anansi to sleep, and then I could just like simply reduce like both like the next card to play, and it could be like any card now. It could be just like a Will or Wisp if it would be like being there. It just like could be something else. We can see now that the Trinket is actually getting played for free, so I assume that there will be another card still just like back, and it will be just like the Flamel and at dusk. You may return a spell from a reserve to your hand, and also resupplying with played from hand.
But Piemonte has won.
Yeah.
With his Flamel. That's really smart, playing the double sleep onto Keek.
Yeah, totally. And that's like amazing. Also like being able, so it's like a GG, but I would say like if I would be like the bottom fan, and I would see like that my opponent as a fan player would use like the second magical training at that state of the game, I would be like, okay, there is nothing in hand that should be played out. So trying to getting like more resources, but like good to play around for Piemonte. Sadly, the Anansi just like got to sleep. So congrats on that. So, and I would say, we still have some tables that just like playing. So
I'm surprised no one's caught a judge for slow play yet.
Yeah. But actually, I realized I don't know like how it is like on your locus, but like on locus you get like 30 minutes in total just like for the game, not like separate like in broad game arena. But I actually like that it's like separate in a game like Outright. Did someone say time?
I do.
Yeah.
It's almost like, the old school chess player when they have a little timer next to them, whether they're playing the blitz format for chess or otherwise, just to be able to say, hey, we have to speed this up. So my previous passion prior to playing Altered was playing Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
And one of the best players in the game is known as a slow player.
Yeah.
And he infuriates those people he plays against, because he uses because people aren't accustomed to calling a judge over to say the question, hey, this is taking a little bit long, can you just keep an eye on it? But he is very quick to call a judge over if someone else is doing something similar, even if it's just a one-off, and it puts people off their game.
Yeah.
So he uses it as mind game, and that's frustrating for me when I see it either as a stream or live or playing against him. So I do like the idea of people having a timer. I think I just don't know if that will ever become real in life. Like as in putting that timer out for the game. I've not seen any game truly do it.
Yeah.
But I also think people need to understand you have to speak up if you think there is slow play. Speak up.
Totally.
And even if it's more to say, hey, look, I feel this. I'm not saying that he is, but I feel this. Can you also give me a third party's view on it?
And I mean, it sometimes helps, and it's also just like depends on if you like either like for me, it's just like depends on if I would like or I'm facing against a player that I know he's like playing, for example, Science Release, and now he's starting to take like already on the second or third turn, just like a whole year to decide which card he is playing out, then I would also start to be like, okay, this is like you can't tell me that right now you're not knowing what you need to do, but it's like for newer players especially, then it's like totally fine. But that's why I like this chess clock system on Board Games Arena, because it's like, hey, you have a guaranteed 15 minutes for taking your time and your actions, and you can use them directly on the beginning, or you just like do it at the end, and then that's it. And I mean, for like real life events, of course it's a little bit harder, because then it could like take a little bit longer. But on the other side, I'm also just like, hey, if someone is using more time than he could like used to be, and it's getting like restriction or just like a punishment for that, it's like a safer way. And I was a judge like for myself, and it was just like the most annoying moment if you need to stick on the table to see if someone actually just like did use too much time, or just like do extreme large slow play for that moment, because it's like also not like an uncomfortable moment to always watching to a certain player and take a look to him and always standing beside him and saying like, hey, quick up, because sometimes you just need your time, right? It's just like sometimes like that. And so if you want, we can still join table 30. It's Pop-Eyed Row against Newbie Wow.
Yeah, that just finished.
That just finished.
So it just finished. But you can click it, and you'll see that they're just on the they're finishing it up the round.
Ooh, but maybe like an overtime, because it's like one of the last tables.
Oh no, sorry, yes.
Yeah. All good.
Yeah. So, let's see what happens here. Now, A.W.O.L is fantastic. I love that card.
Totally. Yeah. So A.W.O.L is just like, I would say, one of the most awesome rares that got like released through Trials by Frost for pros, because you can actually use A.W.O.L on Kojo really well as like a one copy, and also like on Basira it's like working even better because it's like a guaranteed like true exhausting. And what we can see now, it's just like the order that's actually always creating a press bug if you're playing a card out of your reserve, and with this cycling function of like trace with all those cards, it's just like saying discard me from the reserve and I'm doing something. This is like an actually really, really amazing card to face
look
against.
At that. And he's getting it now. Yeah,
he's getting more and more and more, and this will like a never-ending journey for that.
Jeez.
So let's see how this will go on. So yeah,
this is absolute incredible reserve manipulation.
Yes, totally. It's like amazing.
Wow. Let's see. Can he do anything here? I don't. No, because I don't think he can.
It's hard. It's actually just like in Target Expedition. I mean, one of the last things is just like guaranteed that like the Hidden Elemental could be played out and the Icebound Peak, and so there would be at least 2 additional press bugs to join in. And I would say if it could be just like using the physical training, just like exhausting the Hidden Elemental. So there would be like only one, or doing it like that. Oh, right.
Nice.
All right.
And this is why I don't play competitively compared to other people, because some people are much smarter than me. Look at that.
Yeah.
Bringing the Eat Me bar to give it absolute huge stats.
So it seems that actually this could become into a tiebreaker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. All right. No, it's when a card goes from your hand or deck to reserve. Alright. I was always when like a card is just like leaving the reserve, but it's just like an other effect. And now we're actually being into the tiebreaker. That's amazing.
This is a great last game for round 1. We've got the 2 French guys. Is it Papiete Tuovo or Tuvo against Newbie WoW?
Yeah.
Look, and Papiete Tuvio, 510 is their victory points, or what do we call it in Board Game Arena?
ELO. It's just like
their ELO. So their ELO, 500, huge. Probably among the top 10 for sure.
And Poppa is actually also just like a well-known like trace player. So like if you guys want to check out the last result of any tournament, go on 39 cards, and then you can see always like they just like being there with trace. And this is like especially something that I even like more, because I would say like Axiom in general was hit it so hard with the patches and that happened, and that I'm still amazed that like people still being like, no, we can play Trace and she will work for us, and it's actually happening, and that's like amazing to see. Yeah, it's like pronounced Papiete d'Avo. Did we did it right? Yeah, we have some like French people like as viewers, and they're helping out because it's not the first time that the name is just like
it's Papiete de, so 2.
Yeah,
Papiete d'Avo. There you go. It almost reminds me of like the old band Belviv DeVoe. There you go.
Papiete d'Avo. I didn't say that, you wrote it. No, but I'm actually beside the fact that this game is looking right, but the maximum time reached, I'm actually happy because I remember when I talked like to a friend of mine that's living in France, that he said it's actually really hard to stick on one card game, because sometimes card games are like not a big thing in France. And then when I heard how big Order It is actually being played on certain local stores, I was like, I'm so happy that they have like basically their own card game now, because Equinox just like being in France. So I'm so happy for you guys. I'm so happy for you.
So just on what just happened. So the game was abandoned because the time limit was reached.
The time limit was reached. Yeah.
But because of the way it works, someone has to win, and whoever had the most time or the least time over is the winner. So in this case, Newbie WoW ended up winning by 5 seconds. Yeah, that's all it was. 5 seconds over.
It's just like 5 seconds
over Papiete d'Avo. Yeah. So he beat one of the best players in the world. Well done, Newbie WoW.
Yeah. So
I believe we're now going to round 2. This has been fun. You're a great person to chat with, mate.
Oh yeah, thank you. I can also just like giving it back to you as well. So that's why I'm excited for the podcast interview.
Yeah,
I'm already so excited.
And that's going to happen this week. So
I'm so happy for that.
Now, I've got a question for you. So in BGA, as it goes from round 1 to round 2, do the pairing of the tables get adjusted so that the table 1 is the strongest, and you'll always have the table 1 being the strongest?
Yeah,
or not?
I don't know how it's like. So like working overall. I think it's just like at the beginning that you're facing like almost similar like opponents at some point. I'm not sure how it's worked at the end. It's like that like table 1 is like being the best table, and table 2 and continue on that. But at the beginning, I don't know how it's like for round 2 or 3. It should be like the same, but I don't know actually how they're calculating that. So it's all about like opponents' average points and average elo that you're facing against it.
Yeah,
it's
like interesting. If anyone in the chat knows, then they can explain that to us. That'd be great.
Be awesome.
I hope it's randomized for the first ones.
Yeah,
and then it progresses based on your opponent's elo ranking.
Yeah,
just so that way you even have the chance of potentially getting 2 really strong players to play in the first round, and having someone to claw back if you lose in the first round. So out of these round 2, who would you like to go and see?
Maybe we can join Overlost now, because the game actually starts against Greeps, and I also know Greeps as a Basira player. Actually, it should be Basira against Scoring if you want to. It's table. Did I set the table? Did I set
table 16?
Table 16, yeah. So we can join now some awesome Gorang plays, because maybe with that Cole would potentially uploaded his Gorang guide so that I can play Gorang on the tumults and getting a free win, right? And actually, someone is ringing on my door, so I need to ask who is it. So you bring
No
it
problem.
for 1 minute. Enjoy it.
No worries.
So
no one's allowed to disturb you when you're watching the game. What's going on? So, all right, we're about to start. So we've got Gwibs and Overloss. So Germany against France here in the. Now I'm a huge FIFA fan, so I know FIFA is incredibly corrupt, but I love soccer/football nonetheless. So I always look at the flags that are being represented. Okay, so we got Basira starting off with Haven Bravos Bastion. Good start on the second day. Okay, both have gotten a support ability now in play through their landmarks, with the Ortis Carrier being brought out by Gulrang. I'm interested to see how Gulrang holds off and being able to progress in the early rounds until her ability actually kicks in. All right, gonna get card draw being so important for Basira, and actually for any player within Bravos. Let's see what we got here. And apologies, team, I cannot see anything being discussed in the chat at the moment. All right. What do we have? What are we going to get? Let's see this. Now we can... Oof. Nice and strong on the Order Spy. This is pretty good, but really, if you're playing Gulrang and you're able to get your Order's Carrier out, it makes a huge difference of being able to focus just on one side, knowing that your opponent won't be able to win both sides easily, thanks to your hero ability of increasing the stats or the boost, adding one boost to any token characters. It's looking strong. Oh, all right. And Basira ends up winning the day 2 by going 1-0. And the draw. That's great. With Red having season, it's going to come in strong. And being able to play it out as first player, so there's no chance of it being taken out by sabotage. Good play. Weeps. No. I think Paandyandy's on his way back. I can hear it in the background. All right. Lots of time to think by Gwibs on what he's going to do, or what they are going to do. I'm sorry, I don't know if it's their pronoun.
So I'm back.
You are back. Was it an Amazon delivery? Do you have Amazon in Germany? That's probably a better question.
It was my neighbor giving me something for Eastern.
That's great.
Yeah. that's
Look
it.
at that.
No, actually not that's it. It's actually really amazing. I was so happy. And then I was like, thank you so much.
Oh, that's really kind.
Yeah,
that's nice.
I did it once and then it started just like that. So yeah, now it's like a never-ending story with giving each other presents. Cool. Yeah.
Hey, you can't complain with good neighbors.
So. No, actually not. I'm happy. I'm actually happy about my neighborhood here in awesome. My house. So it's actually cool.
So one thing I was saying on here is with the Basira player, and is it said Gwibs? Gwibs is the Basira or is it
Gwibs? Yeah,
Gwibs.
It's a Basira,
so
yeah.
By playing out the red and then playing physical training to be able to boost it, knowing that he was going to be the first player the next turn. I'm not sure if Goobs is a male, is a boy or a guy or a gal, but it's something you've got to consider as you're playing more and more in the competitive mode is whether you're going to be first player or second player on the next turn, because this would have been a huge target for sabotage. And knowing that Overloss already sabotaged one of his reds, but knowing his first play brings it out straight away, and it's not a loss for him.
Yeah. It's totally like that. So I just need to watch what's happening, but I'm seeing an absolute, so
yeah.
The orders by we're getting target. Oh, that's like
it's gonna be hard. I think Overloss has got a very difficult uphill battle now. Being down 2, potentially 4 lanes. Teamwork training. There you go. So there was a plan all along. There was a plan all along.
There was a plan all along for that.
There you go.
And what I like about going, because actually I realized that I know like a little bit information about Goring, because I need to face like Overloss at least like once a week to play against Goring. And what I like about this deck type is like basically that Goring is actually being so easily able to just like block you out on expeditions, but sometimes I have the feeling of there is like the missing finishment moment for Goring, because it's always like using the resource to block, but going like to the next step of I have 8 mana, I will advance now as fast as I can. It's just like amazing, and Overloss is just like continue working on that, because he said even if my deck list and my uniques would work so much more better on Sigisma, I will continue playing Goring forever because he likes it. And so
good on you, Overloss. I think that's great.
So he's
stick to your guns.
Yeah, most dedicated Goring player that I know so far.
Now, but I think Overloss got really good card draw. To be able to play out Orders Carrier early just gives so much balance to his game plan of turtling or delaying progression, so that you're only allowing your opponent to progress 1 lane at most.
Yes.
It makes a huge difference on what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming Overloss, gentlemen, just make sure I'm not saying incorrectly here. Is Overloss
it's a man. It's a man.
It's a guy. Okay.
Yeah, it's a guy. Yeah. But it's a guy.
So did you and him know each other before you started playing Altered, or you met him through the community?
So it's like we have like a local store here called Man of Games. It's also just like the sponsor of like the AQC, so that we're like getting adventure pass points. And he had like a Pokemon meetup before, where we just like, so because I was like a big Pokemon like enjoyer and also player, so I like to play the game over and over again. And he was just like a collector for Pokemon, so we know like each other before. But then there was like a one time, I think it was like the pre-release of the second set, and I was like looking to him and I was like saying something like, hey, you need to play at least one card game if you're collecting. And he was like, okay. And I was like, yeah, just turn into Altered, because he said it was always like awesome to watch. And then he just like started, and then with that, so we meet at like we know each other like before through like those tradings and those meetups. But now he's just like one of the general players that always showing up on the locals, even like more than myself. It's like
really?
Crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah. He's always like on every. That's like it was like crazy. So, and
he's fully committed.
Yeah, and also we're driving together like to. Like it's like a store. It's like 2 to 3 hours away from us here from Dresden. It's like in the near of Munich. And he said like, yeah, let's drive there. I have someone else that wants to join in, and that's like totally awesome, because we said we want to.
You're in Dresden.
Yeah.
At home.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm at home in Dresden. Yes.
Hey, we forgot to actually acknowledge here. Yeah. Overloss using Ghoulrang.
Yeah.
1-0 without achieving its 8 mana, and it's going to have 8 mana now, and we'll see what happens on calling back.
I'm so totally into that. So
Good
let's see how this
job.
continues. So I'm already amazed of how this will go on for Overlord. So it's like good that like the oldest character still being able to just like stick around. It's also
Yeah.
because of the fact that like with Zero in general is like even like pros have like access to just like removal spells in general, or just like cards that removing something also like permanence. It's just like the lack of actually play those in the decks, because you're like, I prefer to have like characters or stuff that like boosting everything out, or using the Aklu to just like already exhausting the reserve. But this is like a favor for Overloss right now as go rank,
Yeah.
that the artist character can just like stick like that. And even if both of those cards just like going now to being exhausted, there are like a plenty of more stuff like the field reinforcements. So being at
Yeah, and
least able to to do
you can
one
only
thing.
choose one of the two
Yeah.
right now in field reinforcements.
Mhm.
And I'll say this, like the Gwibs on Basira has been unlucky in the sense that he hasn't had any cards in his reserve to be able to
Yeah.
use the ability of Haven.
Yes.
Man, this is a very defensive
Yeah.
deck from Overloss. My word.
It's just like the fact that I like about Goring, as I said before, it's like that you're actually being able to block out like easily. But
Mm.
I was like with the only just like set one, there was like the turnover that like not happened with Goring. It was always like, I need to put all my resources to just like block you out, and then I have nothing else left to actually continue progressing. And with like addition, it's like a field reinforcements, or just like also like cheap cost like raiding cards, and like some other cards that like being added to Z2. I would say it's like looking better and better for Goring. And I remember there was someone that said Goring would be so strong in Z2. I actually think of that was Keelan, because we streamed like the most together during Z1. But I'm not sure, Keelan. I'm not sure. You can just like say it's not true. You don't want to.
See, you know what's
that,
crazy is I'm in line with him.
Yeah.
I just think people haven't figured out the appropriate lines
Yes.
for Gurang. It is the strongest ability of all the heroes once it is on.
Yeah, totally.
Right?
Yeah.
Once it's on, it is the strongest. But you have to find a way that you're able to, once you like we're noticing here, the opponent was three lines away when you triggered your hero ability. If you're three steps away, you can win. If you're just one step or two steps, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
And that balance is very hard to achieve.
That's true.
But I like what I'm seeing from Overloss from the perspective of board control. I don't know how well it would do against Sigisma, who's one of the bigger ones, purely because they just flood the board and you don't have removal of, I guess, board wipe removals.
Yeah.
And the same thing for Muna would be the other one that can have a lot of characters on the board.
Yeah, totally. But
against Afanis, you could absolutely destroy Afanis.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. And I was always like asking myself, because we have someone like in the AQC knowing well for just like playing hostage all the time, like Runefall. And I always was like asking myself, is there like a potential chance that also actually Gurren could be played like in this hostage style, where you just like prevent your opponent for actually just like progressing and then just like finishing it out with like Crown on the wall, like he's doing with Waru. But I'm still not sure if this is like a working around. But if someone is listening to the chat and wants to try it out, just let me know. You can send me the Discord, the deck list. But it's like one of those decks where I say, I have the feeling like Goran could be like a perfect, even like a more better hostage deck. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not trying that stuff out too much.
So you just used a phrase that I'm not used to. So what is a hostage deck?
Oh, like a hostage deck is just like makes sure that like basically like taking hostage is like the joke around that like actually there are like certain decks where you're being able to just like during like turns at the end that your deck never that like the game could never stop, because you're always like blocking or preventing that the expeditions could move forward. And to continue with that, there was like lists that you always like did it. It was like first with Akisha, because of the spells that you could play like with Celebration Day, and then just like the Crown and the Wall, stuff like that. and then you're just like doing this all the time, and at the end you're just like progressing through your own spells, and this continues afterwards with Rahu after the patch, and now this is just like the whole topic. It's just like you're not playing like for progressing through just like character stats. You actually want to have the game as long as it gets, so that you're just like taking the opponent hostage in the game. So this is like the name of it, but basically it's just like an archetype where you just like making sure that the game lasts so long that you're just like progressing through like your spells or just like through your landmarks and stuff like that. Yeah. So basically that's it. I hope Brune would be in here because he could tell like a little bit more, because he's like I would say like the main person behind it. He started with that, and so many people joined in. So some people would say like shout out to Runefolk. Some other people would say stop shout out to him, because so people do not continue to play that. For Chile, it's just hard control. Yeah, it's just like basically hard control deck. I don't know if it's like a thing in Flesh and Blood, because I only played it like twice, Flesh and Blood. If there are like some of like control decks that you could potentially play, like hard
there's plenty of control decks in that
mode. All right.
For me, the way that you're explaining it, it's also a less eloquent way of putting it would be a troll deck, where you're absolutely trolling them, just destroying anything that they do. I'm just going to counter. And there we go. Basira wins it. Well done, Gwibs, on winning this. They leveraged a Clute a ton this game.
Yeah, it's like too much to get over that. So GG to groups. Let's go back to the main page, and as we can see, still some games going on. Yeah, it's just like actually like not a throw deck, because it's like actually an archetype that you need to take care of, because it can like completely get out of hand. But it's actually, I would say, like the most annoying deck to play against, because basically, I don't know, in Pokemon there was something it called Snorlax Stall, where you played out a Pokemon, and so your opponent wasn't able to attacking your Pokemons, and then you just like play out single cards to say like discard one card from your deck, discard two cards of your deck, and then you just like wait it out until you had like 0 cards left to draw, and then you get like the win, because it's like a thing in Pokemon. And this is just like similar, because it's actually annoying to play against, because the only thing that you're doing sometimes is just like drawing and waiting, and then throwing and waiting and pass. And Raru and Goring, the 3 host people of the apocalypse.
I think one thing for me is that Alter does different to other card games is you don't deck out. So the whole mentality of I'm just going to play a slow game to deck them out doesn't work.
Yeah, totally.
But there is an element of, especially with Gulrang, the longer the game goes, the more your hero ability is powerful.
Yeah,
it grows in strength. Interesting. There's a few other games going on. Anyone particular? I would like to probably go to table 7, which is Jules Deroux again against
we can do it.
Team Hat, which is it Lopez?
Yeah.
Now, do you know much about Team Hat?
It's a team from I don't know like the full name of Hat, but it's a team just like belongs to like Spain, and then so it's like as Lopez is there and some other players. Hispanic other team. Yeah, Keelan got it. Pandy, read the file. I'm reading the file. I'm taking care. I already just like got to the pinned comment and reading the file, and there is like no. Is there like team head? That would be so. No, there is no team head. Oh no. Oh yeah, it is. Hispanic altered team. Yeah.
Oh, that makes it easy. Hispanic altered team. There you go.
Yeah.
Ese Lopez. Bien. A ver, vamos los españoles. Let's go the Spaniards.
Batman wrote part on that.
I think the Spaniards are. Eze Lopez is quite far ahead. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it another day after today.
I mean, there's still like the chance, like with 6 mana left, to just like using, for example,
that's basically
But it's actually hard. That's true, because it's just like a Urgon sitting there. And the Urgon is just like also boosting it up, and then with another plant just like joining in.
Yeah.
This is like, it's like
5 plants, 5 additional stats once he plays out the Ogun, and if he's got another Spindle Harvester, you're going to add a 6th.
Yeah. So this would be this is like too much to handle, and it's also like the sad thing that our Lindy wouldn't be able to choose like if there would be like any removal spells to use them well, because it's just like that every character is like tough too. Because of the Muna Bastion. So basically our teacher right now can do whatever the teacher wants to do. So Antilopus can just like start to grow his garden without any problems, without any restrictions. So yeah, it's actually hard to face against it. So
yeah. Now let me see. Does Winter Nova?
Yeah.
Do you have to pay the tax on that?
Mm-mm.
And now I know they don't have enough resources there. Ooh, okay.
And
there you go. Something I did not consider, an Isitok.
Isitok. All right.
And then, no, I think they can still beat it. Yeah.
Yes, totally. That's awesome. So, but still just like boosting everything up. Everything is still just like anchored. So it's still okay at that point for our teacher right now.
Yeah, good game.
Yeah.
That was closer than I thought it would be. Jules Leroux getting very close to with that Isitok. Just needed one more stat on their side.
Yeah. It's just like GG to Azalobus, so going into the next still like
I think we're about to start. Are we about to start the third round?
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost. Like 2 tables left, and yeah, Eli, we're hoping that you're doing well. He said in chat that he has an emergency, so couldn't continue playing on the tournament. So best up to you. Hope it's going to be you're going to be well after that. And
who is this?
Elia, it's someone in the chat. We have like the stream chat, and then he said lost my first game, had to concede the second because of an emergency.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully it's not no one's health. That's the worst thing.
Yeah. So hopefully all is good to that. And yeah, if you want, we can continue to take a look on head, because Machiavellis is also playing on table 9 against the Chaser TCG. Table 9. If you want to.
Yes, I'm going in there right now. The Chaser TCG.
And oh no, this is this is like actually the deck that we're talking about, is the hostage. And I would say at that point, I will not continue to talk what's happening, because do you know like those deck lists with Akisha?
No, I don't.
Okay, then guys, we just like relax and see how Chile will actually.
Well,
we need to make your face and pick us, because we need to see your reactions over that. So
yeah, I'm already looking at this. I'm like, bloody oath. They've got 10 cards in hand.
Yeah.
And Aphanis has got 7. This is ridiculous. Like, and there we go. We're going to get all the off you goes you can. And they've got the Catagear, which means they can play a spell for free, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if they haven't used it since it's not exhausted.
Yes.
But, geez Louise. Oh, okay. That's a smart way for Aphanis to use it. I'm going to progress anyway. It's a question of whether they've got another small step giant leap in their deck.
Yeah, and actually,
or in their hand.
That is true. Yeah, it's basically like that, but now Kitagira would just like be played out, so there would be a spell at least for free joining in, and it would be another magical training. All right. So
yeah, but that's not the free spell. I thought the free spell has to come from hand.
No,
they did use that.
The next spell that you play, and it's still like being the chance that the Akisha could just like play out Celebration Day, and could be just like being able to block out, or even just like it's also known that like Isitok will be run in those lists, and then actually just like play it out and being able to progress on at least the companion side and blocking out the hero side.
Oh, there you go.
And, all right. And she's like playing out the Studio Disciple to double block it, so actually our Aphanis right now needs to have like 2 small step giant leaps for that. And actually with the way of that those cards getting discarded, you're being able to draw more cards, then you're just like cycling your whole discard pile into your deck zone. Yeah. So maybe that's what I like at most for like control decks in Aldred, because you cannot basically go out of deck. Like you could put everything to mana. Like Fen could be like at that. If you would play like Fen like that. This is like the only reason that you're actually losing, because all your cards getting mana at some point and you're actually not being able to draw anything out. But with this like special mechanic, it's like awesome that like control decks just like cycling decks or something like this. It's amazing to watch. I like that. I like that so much.
Yeah, they both have so many cards in their hand. Yes. Basically, more than half their deck is either in mana or in their hand for both players.
Yes.
Okay, he's doing the same thing again. Progressing one, and he has enough mana. No, he won't. He needs. Is Small Step Giant Leap 6 or 8? It's 6. So if he's got one in hand, he can win.
It's just like now the weird thing for our Keisha to actually play out the Celebration Day at some point, or just like the Rime Frost. All right, but if there would be like a second one, then this is not looking good. This is like could be like being not good for our, and it's just like throwing out something again. But now our Akisha would be able to just like double progress again, and being able to just like block out upcoming turns with that. So
now it looks like Afanis hasn't got another Small Step Giant Leap in their hand, so they're trying to farm this out. But we'll see what ends up happening here.
Yeah, it would be so
Studious
nice.
Disciple to win on one side.
Yeah, 2 mana left, so actually our Akisha would be able to just like double progress like with characters. But here we go, the off you go would play it out. But it's still like the case that our Akisha right now could just like playing out the Baba Yaga and the off you go again if wants to. So this is like one of the things. So because now if this double progress we're not getting prevent from our Afanas, then it would be actually just like a win for our
And then like if they've got, so if the Chaser seems to have a Small Step Giant Leap, because they're now going to be first player, they can play it and win.
Yeah.
Correct? It's whoever plays it first. It's an immediate.
Yeah, it's an immediate win. So that's like with all the
cards. Yeah, there you go.
Like, and I would say there it is. The Small Step would be there.
Yeah, it has to.
Point. Yeah.
Very, very smart play. I understand I call this turtling, but I like what you call it, the hostage style. But it makes sense. Anyone that ever plays Izmir mirror matches as a faction, you'll always go to time.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you can call it at some point as like trolling deck, because you would be like basically able to just like continue that this match is going forever. And it's like if you're going like into the arena mode where you don't have like any time restriction, you just need not being allowed to getting an overtime in general. But if like the round would take like 2 hours, then it would take 2 hours, and you're basically being able with that, just like using the Celebration Day. But actually using the Celebration Day right now could be possible for our fans to just play out the
Small Step.
From themselves. But I would say that maybe there would be like an Crown and the War for our Chaser TCG maybe at that point. So let's see how this will work on. And we're seeing another mage then, so just like
so you have to play Celebration Day. So that means that they didn't have Small Step Giant Leap in hand, but it also stops Afanis from using Small Step Giant Leap.
Yes.
So but because Afanis is going to be first player next turn, they will be able to use it if they've got it in hand.
Yeah, totally. So it's just like, in fact, there are like some difference between those lists, but there are like newer lists, and I'm not sure if like the Chaser TCG, like our Akisha right now, is running it. But there are like lists that you're playing the Crown and the War, because you would be able to just like block out with Celebration Day, and then just like continue to at least progress on one expedition afterwards, because it's like that you're using the Crown and the War effect. But it seems like that this will not be the case, and it's just like another brew.
Nice.
All right, so just like taking care. Or maybe the chaser would just like have as much fun as he can get, because many viewers, many people's watching it right now. So
Sakurabu is teaching us some new tricks.
Yeah,
that's
totally.
Celebration Day to bring that out. And what unique is coming out here? So Baba Yaga unique. When it leaves the expedition zone, draw a card. Both of these are very draw heavy.
Yeah,
now on
totally.
on my podcast, one of the things, and this is A Hero's Guide to Asgartha, we talked about the amount of card draw that Izmir has.
Yeah,
it is ridiculous. Like, people complain about Izmir's spell-based stuff, especially with Afanis, but they have access to draw their whole, like you're seeing right now.
Yeah.
So much more card draw, and it is 4 times the size of any of the other factions.
Yeah,
in terms of
totally.
Their ability. All right. Let's see what happens here. So Afanis cannot win by purely playing out a small step giant leap, thanks to Sakurabu.
Yeah, not being able to double it. So basically, it could be just like another Celebration Day, and afterwards, just like waiting out for the next upcoming turn to get the win. So I would say that like our Akisha right now already like got the game. So
I think so as well. Another Celebration Day, jeez. So they don't have it in hand then. They've only 6 cards left in their deck. So unless they've managed it, it's crazy. Now, Akisha though, if they do end up going first, they will go first next turn. They'll be able to play out their small step giant leap and win.
Yeah.
So I've been very surprised in this game though that for almost 3 rounds, neither of them has had a small step giant leap to win the game.
Yeah, totally. But this is like the coolest thing about Akisha. You actually don't know if the player is just like taking hostage like cause out of pure fun, or if it's actually like some cards missing, because he can decide now. So the Chaser TCG now can decide how long this tournament will go, or at least like this round. So yeah.
14 mana.
Yeah, 14
Jeez
mana for that. It's just like crazy. So let's see how this will continue. But guys, I can tell you, this is going for the Akisha right now. So
it is, and even if time gets called, the Chaser will win, or Akisha will win.
Totally, yeah.
No, and there's nothing in the game that actually removes the effects of Celebration Day. Not right now. I don't know if it's something they'll do in the future that basically negates a state of play or a status.
Yeah.
One of the hopes I have with the new set when it comes out is that they do the opposite of boosting, or something that either reduces the effect on a card or eliminates the text completely.
Yeah.
So, especially because it has a theme for me in darkness, and when you were going underground, that's where my mind would go.
I was like thinking that we were seeing like a lot of food that would be eaten in Asgartha, because it was like this food like this small food shop right there on the beginning. But yeah, it's called into the maze, right?
Into the maze,
set.
Yes.
Actually, I'm talking so long about the fact that I want to go a little bit deeper into the whole storyline of Otherred so bad, but then I started to read out a little bit, and I was like, oh boy, this is like too much. So I'm always hoping for someone that's actually just like start randomly a YouTube channel, and every week I'm getting like the whole story arc of Otherred with every hero and stuff like that. But sadly, no one did it.
Well, it is in French, so I'm not going to take credit for doing this. But what we're doing is we're actually reading all the card lore to begin with. So I've just completed set 1 and set 2 of card lore that is going to go on our podcast. And then over the next few months, we're transitioning it from an audio-only discussion, audio-only reading, to a video. But that's going to take some time. Look, there's bloody oath, there's like 400 cards already that you have to read. And on top of that, they also do the tales. And for me, if you're going to read any of the lore, read the tales. Because the tales take you through the journey of that set of
all
the
right.
beginning of the set to the end. So what we're looking at now in Trials by Frost is the entire journey of going into Kadia, what is it called? Kadia something. Basically going into the snow, finding the dragon.
Yeah, all right.
So really, really cool what Equinox is doing there. But we are going to do that, and then we're going to have it on our YouTube channel eventually. My hope is the next 2 months we'll be able to mass upload at least set 1 of cards and set 1 of lore, so you can do the listening. But at the moment, just think of it in terms of only being able to do it on audio, and we've had 2 episodes out now, so that's 10 of the cards. But we are trying to do 1 to 2 a week is what we're trying to do. Just I find it's something that's missing. It doesn't help on a gameplay, but understanding the lore, it's so rich. The history here is so rich. We should be listening to it just for the sake of appreciating what Equinox and the team and the team has done.
Yeah. Totally,
okay.
Totally agreeing on that. And
this game is an eternal game. Both of them down to 1 card left in their deck. This is the first time I've ever seen someone have to recycle their deck. So what ends up happening is you go, once you have no cards left, you go to your discard pile, you shuffle it, and then you start again. Is that correct?
Basically, yeah. So that's why most of us decided to actually just like say you don't need to cast like some hostage gameplay, because it's like this is like a never-ending story what's happening now.
It is.
And the only thing that this could be possibly stop is just like that Maki decides to just like concede. But I can understand at this point that you don't want to do it.
I hope they ban the chaser from this tournament. I love that comment.
So actually, it's just like awesome. I'm happy that I never saw like a hostage deck in real life, because I could understand that you would be so mad, because if this would go like out of like the Swiss stage into the top stage, and you have like more time to play for the top tables, I can quite understand. And the maximum time reached, and congrats to Chaser TCG for taking it. I would say that our team member AKC Runefolk now is being so happy about seeing that.
Runefolk is, from what I've heard, the trolling mechanism here with Runefolk. He's probably looking at that deck, optimizing it, and going to be rolling it out next week.
Yeah, it's just like publishing everything. That's like the worst part of it. Yeah, but so we're finally into round 3, guys. So is there like a table that you want to take a look at? I mean, we could join to table 2, because there would be also like an interesting deck list that you would be maybe enjoying from Watamatu, if you want to. If you said like you want to see like less played heroes.
They haven't started yet.
Haven't started yet. So I hope Damien will be joining in fast enough.
So we're waiting. So Watamatu and Damien C91. So do you know much about these players that you can share with the audience?
So Watamatu is being ordered as Madamu. It's just like one of his like Smurf accounts, I would say. I don't know if you can say like that. And basically he once streamed his version of Raru on Ordered Ace's Twitch channel in French. So
so we're seeing another mirror match between 2 strong decks within the Izmir faction.
But do you know what? This would be the same game that we saw before, but maybe it's just like, I mean, guys, we're always talking about like those hostage sticks are like boring to watch, and actually it's true. But I think it's still interesting of how a game can come to this certain point, actually, that you're being able to do that, right? So this is like one of the interesting things that I like to see. But I'm not sure if Watamatu actually is running a hostage list, because he also is running like an awesome Rahu list back in the days, but I can just like check it out. For you,
it already looks different just from this, and I'm interested. I think we should just stay on the stream with this table at the moment.
Yeah,
because what I'd be looking at is contrasting the 2 different gameplays from what we just saw, which I'm sure was just a pain in the neck for the Chasers adversary or opponent.
Yeah.
But maybe this is a little bit more balanced. Afanas is already taking a very difficult 2-0 loss so far on the track.
Yeah.
But we'll see how he can claw back. Because from the way I play against or with Afanas is if I can keep that 1-2 lead, it's very easy because they don't usually win both sides.
Usually not. And it's also just like the chance that if you start like to remove just like the characters early from the board, just like also from the reserve. So, and there was like a topic on the like the German Discord for Outright, how unfair Small Step Giant Leap is. But I'm actually honest. There are like newer Afanas deck lists that stop playing that card because they are like added some stronger spells to that. And it's because just like Afanas being able to just like getting the game over with those spells and cards, and so it's like
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to say that unique that was just played.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Amazing. Oh my word! They have to discard a card.
Yeah.
If they're behind, you may discard a permanent. No, they didn't have a permanent in this case, but boy, that is strong. That is totally worth the high value of a unique card.
Yeah, totally. It's amazing. We also saw like a deck list from an Afanas last week where there would be like 3 Balanzenkas uniques, and they always had like almost the same conditions of like going into the play, exhausting 2 cards from reserve, and then just like an additional effect of if there are like 2 or more exhaust cards in reserve, then opponent needs to discard something. You're getting like mobs, you're being able to draw. And those were like actually so crazy because it was like I never saw like those Belasenkas uniques before. Because I always have like sometimes I have the feeling like that these set 1 uniques are like stronger, but then we're seeing a Belasenka like that, and I'm like, oh no, Trials by Frost is also totally fine with getting uniques. Yeah.
Belasenka uniques are probably the strongest uniques that I've seen come out of set 2.
Yeah.
Now Garrick is broken, a lot of those ones, and they're not actually even able to be used yet. So maybe we'll get something for the new season. Yeah. But that is absolutely fantastic mechanism to do exhausted.
Yeah.
The whole exhaust mechanism that comes out, and with the new set coming out, the ability of what I call charge. They call it Altered is calling it what is it when it's in your what they gave it a name when it's in your reserve, and it can get, so it's like support abilities, but they're latent support abilities. I can't remember the name of it right now, but but there's an element of like, hey, you can get boost, you can get all these things, but there's more susceptibility of it being removed.
Yeah, totally. Yes.
Now, you were talking a little earlier about food. You thought that the new set is going to bring elements of food.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, there was like when I was like seeing the first trailer, you saw like that maze, but afterwards when it's just like zoomed out, you had like a little like, I don't know how you tell to like those outside restaurants, you know, and then there were like people eating, and I was like, oh yeah, there would be like a topic of food. And the reason behind it is like back in the days I was like I played like a lot of Commander and Magic, and there were like a lot of food decks where you just like create food tokens and dealing everything out. And then I was like amazed because those were like my favorite decks, because when like the Lord of the Rings cards got added to as a whole set on Magic the Gatherings, there was like a whole Frodo and Samwise food deck, and I was playing it and enjoying it, and I was like, oh please, they have something like for a while, like an energy drink, and you can wake up everything and stuff like that. I was like just like thinking that like in my head.
Oh, that's so funny.
But I totally forgot that it's like into the maze. I was like, yeah, but when they're going in, they need food and drinks to last. Yeah. So
yes.
Yeah. Yes.
So if you've read through the articles, one of the cool things is they basically have the people that are staying above in the tents. Yeah. They're providing the support. So I think food is a very good guess of something they're going to do.
Yeah.
Effects that will give you boosts, effects that will let you get anchored or grow in some way while we're in the maze. But then there's the other element that I think I've heard people talk about is there going to be a new alternate win condition. And maybe in the end, when everything is all said and done, every faction has access to at least one alternate win condition.
Oh,
and then
that would be
maybe
interesting.
this whole thing about small step, giant leap isn't so much of a problem because you can counter it through your own alternate win condition.
That would
so-
be interesting, yeah.
Yeah, and especially with the cards that were revealed, the tent one, the one that looks like the Bravos one, it has a very similar feel as Lyra Festival.
Yeah.
Just the way that you look at the card. So is that their version of a Lyra Festival that's going to be in Bravos? And Bravos doesn't have an alternate win condition. So far, the alternate win conditions are with Muna and Lyra, with and then also Izmir. Because Lyra's got access to two. Right,
Yes.
they've got access to Small Step, Giant Leap, as well as Lyra Festival.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that is cool. Cool, dude. Like that's amazing. I'm like kind of looking forward for that. And actually, special what we see on the Afanas is just like a Riffetry Afanas that we see to play, and it's also just like a field reinforcement that getting played out because as you can see, our Akisha is just like being on a fast thing, but already decided to just like not manoring for a whole of 2 turns. So this is
sticking
like,
with 5. Oh man, I wonder why. Like,
I'm also interested in that. Maybe it's just like a general cheap deck, this, but I have like the feeling of our Akisha was just like sure to get like the win of at least one side. So, and I would say there is like a small step being raiding on the hand at some point. I have like the feeling of that. I don't know why, but it's just like winning one side, playing out small step, and you're being fine if you just like have 6 mana because you can play small step, right? So, so I'm interested in maybe it's like that. But I would say now with like into the play of like the magical training. We will see the
off you go. Okay, playing the defensive mode.
So there's like a small chance that our Afanas actually now don't have like any characters left to being played, but there's actually just like one Rhyme Frost that could be played, needs to be played out, and then being able to at least getting a mana morph and also a potential boost. So I'm interested in how this will continue going on.
Now, say my favorite Afanas build. My favorite Afanas build is using the Nylon. I love the fact that Nylon exists. So, man, had to discard his last card.
And now being able to not only block the expedition, it's also being able to just like win it. And I would say this is like going into a favor for our Afanas because it's just like way more resources left to actually getting usage of that, just like have way more mana for that point and to just like continue with that. And I would say now this is just like a good going on for our Afanas if our Kisha don't getting like something special, because we didn't saw like any unique right now from our Akisha. So I'm interested in if like the uniques would be like a totally game changer at that point.
They've really wrecked themselves though with not manaing. I think it's very difficult because now they chose to not mana again.
Ooh, all right.
Now Nylam's going to be triggered.
Yeah, triggered again and still got 4 mana left, but there is still like the it's just like another off you go that's getting discarded. So this is looking really, really hard for our Akisha right now.
Oh, at least
and
he got something with card draw. Okay.
Draw a card.
That's their first unique. Okay, draw a simple draw a card,
it's
2 and 1.
Like a simple draw card.
Okay, that doesn't help them.
No, not at all, sadly. But at the
very,
end,
very different gameplay though. Both this compared to the last is a complete different gameplay. And 3 resources short. Oof.
This is hard. This is actually hard to face against it, or even just like to win. So, but I actually find this Mage Dance category Alchemist so funny. It's just like draw a card and that's it. The shortest text that I ever saw on the Mage Alchemist as a unit.
Now,
I would say.
But I'd go from it. Would you prefer this? I guess the draw card is important. But I'm like, I'd rather go for the rare one where you get a boost of 3, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, maybe it's just like the reason of that. I have like sometimes it's like Radamatu or just like Matmatu is like playing really special deck list, right? He has like a certain game strategy, and for me it's like the strategy that he's showing off right now, it's just like going to an end, that he's in general just like playing out cheap cards, right? So I have the feeling of like getting a draw a card for 2-1 is good.
Yeah.
And
It
there's
is.
like, it's like totally
but-
fine.
Yeah, I think their gameplay has just gone completely south.
Yeah,
and
it's just like that.
Belichick has absolutely destroyed their gameplay by having exhausted so much of their reserve.
Yeah, totally.
And
agreeing on that. It's just like, oh yeah.
yeah,
And
now
also
it's
like
game
that
over.
second prawn, this is just like,
Game over.
that is game over for now. So at Badu, I'm not surprised. Actually, just like passing it by. Saying,
Damien
"Alright."
C91, congratulations.
Yeah.
It looks like Watamatsu conceded the game in the last round as well. So
Yeah, already like
knowing
that.
this was going to be
Proof.
going to be losing from the game state that they had.
So yeah, congrats. So just like going back into the main page, and now let's take a look. So we still got plenty of games. There's actually a team battle on table 9, Ottered Aces. I would say the most well-known like French team outside of France, of sure, because there's like Claudius and someone else player that always just like finishing on the top
Yep.
table as a team in general.
This table 9.
Table 9, yeah, there's like a team battle
Let's
going
go
on.
through here.
So it's actually just like they're always also streaming on Twitch. If it comes to just like tournaments, they're also streaming right now, and the Aromandi, and it is actually who is playing. Oh,
We got
actually-
Siggy, our first Siggy today.
yeah, and it's actually also they're streaming their own game on Twitch. Right now, the game that we are watching is getting streamed of Ottered Aces. So we actually
Nice.
have the chance to see what cards are on hand, and I can say it like that. It's looking really good for our Athanas.
Okay.
Just like to spoiler it out, it's looking really, really good right now.
Yeah.
And almost 42 viewers on Twitch. That's amazing. Congrats on that. I like
So-
that. That's amazing. Yeah.
Let's see what ends up happening. So the frog prince that they've got, so is if you control the token characters, you control gain 1 boost, both on, and it costs 3. So that's why you're seeing all the boosted characters on the Siggy's side. And the unique that's been played by the Studious Disciple unique from Aphanis is now that's just going to be hard for them to beat.
Totally, yeah.
You may return a card from your reserve to your hand only when played from reserve. Okay, there's an off you go. So they can trade 1 and 1, it would look like.
Yeah.
It's Category Mage Dancer. Such a strong card with the Aphanis. It just blends so endlessly, so
Yeah.
easily with what they do.
Yeah, totally agreeing on
And
that.
draw a card. Right, that's the next part, is if he has 3 or more boosts, he can draw
Yeah.
a card.
It's
It
just like
didn't
amazing
miss.
card in general, and it's also just like there's like the mechanic of if you have like those mage dancer in combination with helping hand, and you're not being able to just like remove the helping hand at some point, array or the
Mhm.
mage dancer, then this is like a card that just like continue being infinitely up on board at some point. So just like a nice combo, and I think most of the unfair combo.
It is very,
yeah.
very tough combo.
So, well, let's see
Now-
if this is working out. Yeah.
The draw card happens the moment you get it, or does it happen at end of the day?
Yeah. It's just like at the when
Yeah,
leaving
when at
expedition.
dusk. So
Or at
if
dusk.
you can do something to get rid of the card,
Yeah.
off you go it, for example, then
Yeah.
they don't get that benefit.
Yeah, that's true. But it's just like the combination with helping hand that you're being able to
Oh.
just like also removing the fleeting and playing it out again, like removing the
Mhm.
fleeting, and then just like continue to keep that card because like the mage dancer is a 2-1 cost, and a 1 cost card that actually could like getting only out of boost like to a 10 stats that just like almost unbeatable at some points. You just like need to have like always remove it in hand for that and stuff like that, and it's like it's like
Sheesh.
awesome. And it's just like continuing on that point.
Yeah.
The characters to control game 1. Barista actually prefer to play the frog prince before the other one joins in, but maybe because there was just like a little bit scared of like a tooth fairy.
Off you go.
Or
a
like
tooth
off
fairy
you go,
here.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, tooth fairy.
It could be played
Now,
out. Yeah.
Looks like this studious disciple is going to be sticking around for eternity with the way that this gameplay is going.
Yeah. At this point, it's just like a never-ending journey with that, and it's always being able to return a card from your reserve to your hand if played out from the reserve. So this helping hand is just like sticking to the hand of All the Red Aces Captain Hurricane. All right, not a French name, so I can say it out. Yeah, I can say it.
Popeye is also pretty easy to say as well.
Yeah, that's actually. Thank you so much, guys.
Appreciate making it simpler for us.
Yeah. So, for me, like Sigismund against Thanos is just like already the El Clasico. It's just like if like Barcelona would play against Madrid or something like that, because it's just like the most matchup that like higher tables always just like getting to get, and we can see actually just like progressing, and if there's like an helping small step giant leap on hand, then this is like
I don't think he does, because he just put the card in hand, so it's just whether or not he gets luck through the draw.
Yeah,
but having a 5/4/4 out is already a huge benefit.
Yeah, it's totally huge. So,
and Tiny Jail is not going to help.
Not at all, I would say. It's just like
so
yeah.
I'm surprised he never tried to use Tiny Jail on the last turn against the Studious Disciple.
Yeah, that's like an interesting choice of not using it, but maybe it was just like out of the reason to prefer like those characters to be played out. So let's see how this will continue.
We'll see here. I think Siggy, my main squeeze when it comes to this game is not looking too healthy.
Yeah, totally. So let's see how this will continuing.
Yeah, I don't know what he can do, because he's just going to continue to win on that right hand side. Do you get rid of it now, the 3/1/1? But he's still not going to be able to progress.
Yeah,
Tiny Jail won't help. He's conceded the game.
Yeah, so let's see how this will continue. So, yeah, just like getting the game. That's it.
Yeah, he just conceded. He's like, I got no chance.
Yeah. So GG. And
GG.
With that, we're still being around 3, so still some tables left that we could join in. Do we have another table that you want to just like take a look at?
Yeah, you know what? Let's have a look at table. Let's see if there's anything that has a bit of game. Let's go to table 20, because that's still got 2 rounds at least of gameplay to still go. So this is Solo against JDD Fletchtival. So do you know much about JDD?
Now someone would tell me like the file that Batman created, but actually I'm sure that this team is not being represented on that file. I know that, but Team JD, it's like Cider Sad Dota, and has like a squirrel on it. So
yeah,
maybe someone can help me out. Oh, and
it's another French team for sure.
Yeah, should be.
And now we got a Farnus against Fen and Crowbar. So interesting to see. You got an anchored unique that if you have 2 more boosts at dusk, it draws a card. So that's going to be great.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
That's a good one. That's a good Spindle Harvester. So I'm interested to see when this game allows for more expensive cards to shine.
Yeah,
because it's so low to the ground right now, especially with your mages or your Izmir characters, where they don't play much. Like, I was looking forward to seeing the Kraken get some play, but I've not seen anyone bring that unless they're playing for fun. I've never seen it come out. I'm currently building a deck on that is focused on Gigantic. I know Runefolk, I think, also wrote something about that.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find the Gigantic element. Also, I'm doing it in Bravo, so I'm assuming he's doing the same thing. But it's these are more memes than they are strong decks that you can count on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, I think like the reason that like those high cost cards, I mean, there are like some decks that like playing it in general, but sometimes I have the feeling of because the board always have like a soft reset on it, so that you're not keeping like those cards on board, except they're just like eternal or stuff like that. Then actually people just like deciding to, I'm playing cheaper cards because I can play them afterwards and not just like one single character. But already like with the Eat My Energy Bros or the Slating side or some other cards that helping it out, it seems that there are like some decks that's like, as you mentioned, like the deck from Rune with like those unique giant athletes that's just like going into the game. And the previous start more and more playing also those big characters, and maybe like the Kraken one time. The Kraken would be like a card to see like a little bit more often. But I can like understand the decisions of like, I prefer to play out those 4 characters instead of one big one.
Yeah. Now, one thing I wish they'd done is none of the uniques for gigantic. Keep the gigantic.
Oh,
I've not seen a single unique have that. Now maybe there is, and I just haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But that would be something to look into for me. Is I wish they did, because then you could bring the cost down slightly. Maybe not as good as stats, but bring the cost down slightly for some of these bigger characters.
Yeah.
But Eat Me Energy Bar is probably the savior for making other cards become gigantic. So.
Yeah.
All right, Fen and Crowbar. Look at this. They managed to keep an Anansi out because he got put to sleep. But we'll see what ends up happening here. Afanis will continue to draw because that's what they do.
Yeah, totally. So,
Do you think Fen has got any chance?
I mean, at
JDD?
At that point right now, like in general, as I heard, it's like really hard for Fen to play against Afanis because it's just like the amount also of abilities that Afanis have to sabotage, to just like put something to sleep, to remove something is like hitting really hard for Fen. But I would say right now, just like seeing that this Spindle Harvester is the only character being in play, and already the Beauty Sleep we're getting played out, I have like the feeling of that actually we see one of the times that our Afanis basically maybe don't have like any characters left to play, and now our Afanis have like a really, really good chance of just like taking the game over and just like, I would say just like being able to win it. That's like a good...
Yeah.
That's like a good thing, yeah.
But will Afanis use, just like he just used 3 costs for Beauty Sleep, will he do the same thing for a 4 for Off You Go? Because that's a good question. It's a lot of costs.
It's a good question.
So he doesn't have anything that can bring it back to hand.
So Rusi, the Magping Holder would directly continue to get into play, still being able to just like progress because the Spindle Harvester need a little bit more boost right now. And I would say if the Off You Go would be directly being played out, then there's like a high chance that actually there's like no character left like in hand. And it's also just like the case that Fen basically also using like Off You Go as a rare version, as an out of faction card, is using Tringle, is using just like also some remove it so that Afanis could need to take care of. But as it seems right now, it's looking actually really, really good. And we see the Mage Stancer. So, this will be tough.
Why would he not have played this first? Why would he not? Like the whole sleep, you didn't have to do that straight away.
It's basically maybe like because of the Off You Go that like Fen is sometimes running, so he wants to make sure that like the Mage Stancer is not getting hitted. On the other side, it's just like now that the Off You Go is getting to be played, at least. I would say on, oh no, it's actually Spindle Harvester played out again, so I believe there would be another Off You Go, totally. There's like a helping hand still on hand, or like an Off You Go, an additional one. You just like remove it. But it's just like the Aloe Vera continue to get into play. So I would say...
They're playing Aloe Vera with
the Conjuring Steel, so
geez, this is...
nothing that can help out, so going to an additional round, but
much closer. There you go, Fen's come back.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, and now they're trying to progress on water.
Yeah.
Now, weird thing, why do they call it water when everything else is forest and mountain? Like for me, forest, mountain, ocean or sea, water. We don't call it tree, is what I said on the podcast the other day.
Yeah.
We don't call it trees. So
it's a good question.
Trees or rock. But hey, you know what? I won't complain. I love the game. Equinox, you're making me happy, so thank you.
Maybe it's like the reason that you like. It's like under the landmarks that they are like traveling for the expeditions. It's like, okay, so there are like forests and mountains, and they don't know if it's like always like a river or always like an ocean, always like a sea. And maybe then the people like in Asgard start to say, yeah, water.
Yeah, because body of water was too long. Too long to write body of water, so we're just going to call it water.
It's just like water. Take care of the water. take care of the water. And they're like, okay, we know what you mean by that. And then just like continue to go with that. Yeah.
The only saving grace that I see here on the game is if he has an Isitok he can play, that may be able to save him. But I don't think he does if he's trying to put things into the hero zone.
Yeah, totally. So I would say this is just like, this is not looking good at the end. So I mean, still like the A.W.O.L is being like available for forecast, but it's also just like the magical training to get like a potential strong draw out of that. But basically it's looking really good. We still see also like the Magpie Hoarder as a rare version, so it's actually getting 2 boosts instead of 1, so being like more boosts playing around. So it's nice. Like this will continue, but I would say this is like looking really, really good for our fan right now.
Yeah, I think so too. Hey, question for you.
Yeah.
So have you had a chance to go to any of the tumults yet?
Yes.
Tumult Championship. How did you go?
I was on one tumult together with AQC Runefolk, because we're living like, or we both lived like not that far away from the store. And then I would go to an additional one. I was getting 3rd place. I played against Sigismar. And then the Sigismar I played against Rune in the finals, and the Sigismar won. So it's just like, I don't like the mirror matchup at all. Sigismar against Sigismar.
Oh, so you played your Sigismar too?
Yeah, I played my Sigismar too. And on Friday we will go like to like near Munich. Then on Saturday there will be like the tumults in like my local store here, that I'm playing like on Man of Games. Then 1 week later there will be one in Leipzig. And so because I've got like an injury, so I have like a little bit more time as usual, I will say that I will travel a little bit through Germany and just like continue playing because I like it. And I want to get some nice tumult cards for friends that not being able to have like at least 1 local store around them. So maybe I'm being able to at least getting top 8 all the time.
Oh, nice. So who did you go? You used Siggy, so you got a top 8. Did you were you the best Orders player? Did you get the large? No?
Not yet, yeah, because I was losing against the other Sigismar on top 4 table. So he's got it. But maybe.
How did they give out because the best player from each faction gets the card, gets the large card. Did they do that? They waited until the end of the game, and then they chose that. So if you were first in the Swiss mode, that doesn't mean if you didn't end up winning, someone won that used the same hero in your faction, they won it. Is that how it went?
It's like how it went was like we got like, for example, 2 Afanas players, and so it was like until the certain hero or just like faction is like still being higher. Like for example, you could like finishing it on the Swiss system as the top player. But if you like just like losing in the top 8 and the other one just like joining into the top 4 or finals, then he's getting the card.
Okay.
But on the first tournament it was like that we actually only had like 1 Kojo player, 1 like Wind player, so 1 Lunar faction, and also just like 1 Axiom faction to get played out. So it was just like and 1 like then Izmir and Orders was left. So Yeah, that was it basically. So, and Lyra also only one Lyra player.
That's awesome. So they got it regardless of how badly they did, or well they did. Yeah, I like the idea that that you go into the top 8, and then whoever's best in the finals gets it. But if there's no representation in the finals, it's whoever was best for that faction in the Swiss. I haven't gone yet. We've got 4 within an hour of where I live, so that's not bad. But unfortunately, I can only attend 2 because they're happening when family celebrations are occurring. The other ones, and then I can't go on Sundays because I've got church. Right, that's the family commitment we make. But the one that I helped organize put it on a date that changed the date to the Sunday. I'm like, oh, don't worry, I'll still help organize. I'll do all that stuff. I just finished. That was Oasis Games. I'm going to call you out a little bit here in Salt Lake City. So, but it's unfortunate. But I did say to them, look, do it when you think you're going to get the most people, because that is what we're trying to do, is build this community, which is very small here at the moment. But I'm expecting when I go this week that we have anywhere between 8 and 12 players. If we get 16, that'd be fantastic. I do believe the biggest of the tournaments we'll have here may get up to about 20 players, so which will be awesome.
Yeah, that would be totally awesome. That is awesome to hear. Yeah. It's like that. That's cool. So I'm happy that you're happy also that.
Yeah. Now, if you have any listeners that are in the States, I do have a whole box of the Tumult cards that were given out at the pre-release for Trials by Frost. They can reach out to me on the Discord. My name on there is Cruz, spelled Cruz. I'm happy to give them out. The thing is, I don't want to pay the cost of mailing, but I'm sure that if we can find a way of people that are traveling either through Salt Lake City or we go to conventions, I'll get those out to some members of the community if they didn't get to get one during the pre-release event. They're beautiful cards. They're not, cool. So love to do it for those that are across the pond in Europe, but I don't think I can get those out there, and also can't guarantee the mailing system will work.
That's maybe like your more thing but I do have a full box. So if you get people that ask you that live in the States and they're willing to wait until we meet up, we're giving those out as part of a Hero's Guide to Asgartha. They were given to us by our local store, trying to see if they can help us promote the game across the States. And I do know that we can probably meet up with people in the community that they can then pass those on if they haven't got them. They are beautiful. I don't know if you've had a chance to see the track for the 3rd set. Oh, I saw it. Yeah.
So when you look at the topography from up top, it's actually the camps of every one of the factions. So you can see that. So when you look at it, you got the Orders camp, which is a tent. You see all the different ones, and it's pretty cool to look at how they've been very creative in getting this, getting the art and the story to blend. But we've just started round 4.
Yeah, totally.
Can you believe that we're already halfway through?
Yeah,
and we're still friends. We're still chatting.
I think that's okay. That's cool. Let's continue like that.
What are your thoughts about going to Table 1? Let's start with those that are winning, which is
let's go to Table 1.
Is it Benhol and Sawa is Brewing? Beautiful name.
Sawa
Beautiful
from
name.
Switzerland, and it's a Kojo against an Afanas already getting played out. At Rusi, a Provost Pathfinder being on play, and also the Buddha actually just like sitting here. So let's see how the Afanas will continue. And I would say on the first one, it was just like the field reinforcements to get draw 2 more cards out. That is cool to see. So let's see how this will continue at that point.
Let's see. Bravos Pathfinder going straight, playing a flat Flamel with no card in reserve.
Just like for the stats, I would guess. But there's the Fire Rabbit, and actually so being able to just progress through that. Yeah. That is crazy. So.
Ouch! That's a tough way to use your Flamel.
Totally.
Regardless, well, not get beat, but having your opponent double advance.
It's just like hard. It's just like hard. Yeah.
Anyway, back to what I was saying before. If there's anyone that, if they do want it, they haven't received it, and they'd like to get one, they can reach out to me, Cruz on the Discord, CRUZ. If you want to pay the shipping, I'm not going to charge any extra or whatever it costs me to ship it out. I'll ship it to you. But we got a whole box available to give out. I think there's 24 or 36 packs, or 30 or 36 of those. They are sealed, so you'll have the whole tumult, and they are thicker than the ones that you get in your regular pack. So, but for Trial by Frost. So reach out. Happy to give them out.
Amazing.
Could be anywhere.
That is amazing.
So hopefully that, if I can get one of these in the hand of every player, just so they have them, it's pretty cool. And then every season you'll get new ones, because the new set you'll get a new Trial by Frost. Sorry, you'll get the new adventure pack as well. Oh man, look at this. Ordis Spy, fantastic card, sabotaging Afanis. So this will be interesting as we look through Afanis. How many characters does it play? Now, when I started to do a build, and I'm no expert on Afanis, I basically almost have a 50-50 build. I don't know if that's optimal from the spells and characters. What's your take?
So it's just like interesting when it comes like to like Afanis in general, because they are like those 50-50 lists. But if we're like taking a look to like also, I would say like a little bit more to like general like top finish Afanis deck list that we're gonna see, it's always just like that they start playing out like a little bit like less characters, especially, and just like having like 3 to 4 more spells than characters. But there was also just like a list. I'm started to searching now, where the Afanis only had like 6 characters, and the rest were just like spells, and it was just like all played out with the different dream and this
really
to the moth. Yeah, okay. I'm just like
so they're using the ethereal characters that come from the moths.
I'm just like searching for the list, but I'm also just like, I mean, I would be also like at that point, I'm not like playing that much Afanis actually, but I would also be at the point, if I have like a spell that would like help me out more than a character, then I would also just like prefer the character instead. But then I would be also just like scared that if all of my characters just like getting sabotaged from the reserve or just like discarded, that don't have like anything left. But with like what you like mentioned like on another turn like game before, and that like Afanis is easily being able to just like draw out as many cards as an Afanis wants to. So there's always like a high chance that at least you can get like out one character on each of those like draw stuff out. So yeah, so maybe it's like the plan, but maybe like 50-50 is like a more of a safe way.
That's just for me, like although like you don't have many recurring characters, so nothing in Izmir has seasoned. Nothing in Izmir loses fleeting. There are cards that can give you that. So Bravos, I think, is the only one that has the recycling ability constantly with Huamulan, Sun Wukong, and then Gerrick, right? Those are the 3 characters that you can continue to recycle. Yeah. Now, I do have a question on the whole mechanism. Is like when the game first started, my mindset was, I thought Subash and Marmo was going to be a strong deck. Yeah. I have not seen that do well. What's missing for that? Outside of my mind is they need the ability of getting more resources, because paying 1 already puts you behind, even though you bring a 2/2 character out.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like the thing. The mage says that when you play a spell, I can run boost when I leave the. If I have 2 or more boosts, you may return a spell from your reserve to your hand. That's actually
great. They got no spells right now.
Yeah, it's just like the spell like turning back, and it's also there's like the thing that like actually those, if I have 2 or more spells, are like not that like they're still strong, because you can basically return a spell and you're being able to get 2 boosts out. But this is just like that they're like not that like more likely than like the just like I have 1 spell, then I take something back. but just like having the eye gainer boost in general, and also just like leaving the expedition zone, and that is amazing. It's just like a nice combination. It's actually working out because now the Mage Dancer will just like get this at a certain point, so
and it'll be able to get the magical. It's going to get a magical training back in hand. Nice.
Yeah, totally. It's like awesome to watch. So
it's going to be tough. They're 2 tracks behind.
Yeah.
Or two regions behind, if I was to use the proper term. Man, Kojo, like the thing, Kojo has strong representation. It just doesn't have strong conversion at the top. I mean, the very top.
Yeah.
But this guy might be doing well. Sawa is brewing, so I would assume both these 2 players are 3-0 so far.
Yeah.
If they're on table 1. Let's see what he has now. That's a smart play where he's putting the mage dancer, being able to basically block out Kojo's advancement in forest on the companion side.
Yeah, totally. So just like playing it out, having like the helping hand maybe in hand to additional like adjustment, but let's see how this will work out. So
let's see what oh, okay. His mana erupting it. Getting rid of it. He's had enough. Okay. It almost feels like Kojo's going to concede that he may not win either side here.
Yeah.
By spending the 3 resources and reducing their mana size for next turn. So, and what else is in there? So they've got Ratatoska, they've used Fire Rabbit, Bravos Pathfinder, Order Spy, Haven Seringer. I think Haven Seringer is the best card to come out of Trial by Frost for the Bravos heroes.
Yeah.
They needed the card draw so desperately, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, totally. So let's see how this will just like continue to go on. We just like see the both of the two fairs just like getting played.
There you go.
Interesting. Yeah.
They're just playing opposites right now. Just see what Afanas has got. This is the thing with Afanas, when they get left, they're behind. Can they play on both sides of the field?
Yeah, that's like the question.
There you go.
It's very good. Yeah, could be an Alchemist.
Yeah.
So getting a 4 boost out, but at the end, it's just like, I want to mention now, if you control 1 or more landmarks, Sabotage, you may return target, with hand cost 4 less to its owner's hand. So it's just like basically a card that you don't want to like stick around in reserve. For now, as an Afanas.
It's expensive though.
Yeah, it's expensive, but it's just like a discard. For a character, and also sabotaging if there's like a landmark coming into play. And now our Kojo was starting also off with his beloved. I'm not allowed to say pet, but I always forgetting like how those spirits are called. I'm always saying those are the pets of the heroes, but someone told me that I should stop to saying there are pets.
They are the Eidolon.
Eidolon.
So these, when they're together, they're called exalts, right?
Cole, I didn't want to say who said that, but now that you're pointing it out.
Oh, that is funny.
Oh, it's amazing. No, you know, it's Eidolon.
So was it Kohlrabi with the whole thing? You can't call them pets.
Kohlrabi said I'm restricted to say that, and
I hope we get to see another Lindy way.
Companion is right here. Okay, companion. Yeah, I mean, but a companion could still be your pet. I mean, it's a little bit hot for Kojo. I get it, but it could be like his pet.
He tries to pet him, he'll burn his hand, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the Eidolon of Afanas. It's also looking like a cute pet. It's like the cuddle.
Actually, so look at Kojo if you get the cards, look at Kojo. Sorry, look at Buddha from Series 1. And Buddha in Series 2, or in Trial by Frost. And in Trial by Frost, he's morphed. Buddha is morphed into a cheetah-looking animal, more so than a cat-looking animal. And if you read through the lore, it actually explains why it's done it. Well, it doesn't explain why it's done it, but that it has done it to, I guess, move to the new environment. So I'd be interested to see if it would do the same thing, if Buddha would do the same thing in set 3, where it changes its appearance slightly. But the other character that's cool, or the other companion, this is where I wouldn't call it a companion, Moore. If you read through the lore and what's happening, Moore's basically taken control over Lindaway.
Yeah.
And she's not allowed to be herself. She is caged like an animal, purely so she can see again. So there's this whole element of what is her story arc going to be?
Interesting.
And will alter it eventually. Like we've been told we're going to get new characters in set 4. Will they cycle through characters? Will they kill off characters? Because they are an expedition, right? You know, an expedition doesn't mean it's going to be rosy for everyone. Will they do something that in a way of how they remove characters from the game?
Yeah.
all these questions while we're still watching here Afanis get its butt whooped, which,
it's just like
for me
working.
It does put a smile on my face.
It's
that forced him to play it without the benefit. Really good.
I'm also thinking of the way of that, like maybe on set 4 there would be like new heroes like coming into like those expeditions or joining in. I also think like that,
and they will. So,
and
if you read through the lore, it actually explains that is going to happen. That they're bringing the first wave of expeditionary corps is happening now, but they're going to bring more people in as they progress. So that's where I hope this game doesn't have 50 heroes that are all playable at once. I do like the idea, 3 from each faction is good, but I don't know how they're going to do the revolving door. I'm sure they come to it. I do like the idea, at least for drafting, you can only use 2 heroes from each faction for each set. So you cannot use just if you're drafting or you're doing a sealed deck. They've purposely chosen to only include 2, 4, 6, 12 heroes out of the 18 in each of the 2 expansion sets. So let's see. I don't know if Afanis can get this. It's going to be very hard. Is he just going to give up? Well, let's see. No. Sawa is brewing. Well done, Swiss. Oh, okay.
That is looking good. Putting it to sleep, but there would be like a additional way to just like put one of those cards to sleep and all right, okay.
And then he's got a 1 resource though. What is he going to do with 1?
Just like playing out the against getting 2 boosts off of it.
What? Very smart.
Yes, totally. But
now no one moves though.
Afanis probably easily. I mean, at that point, like the Skadi and the Tiny Chin still like sitting on the companion side. So our Kojo right now can just like keeping both cards like on hand. Don't need to mana like anything and still continue to do that because without the Beauty Sleep now, I mean, there's like the chance that there would be like a second copy of that and being there, but let's see if this is like
this is
also like true.
Afanis has got it very tough here.
Totally.
Unless he's got an Istatok that could potentially save one side. I don't know, or a Sakurabru, but I don't know. Man, I've seen a lot of fun. We've watched a lot of Afanis lose today, which I don't see happens very often.
Yeah.
So
it's true. So
go through this. Now, what are you brewing any decks yourself in memory of Sawa is brewing being the Swiss companion Swiss player that may be winning?
Yeah.
Are you looking to deck tech anything at the moment?
I mean, because of the tumults right now, I'm like not just so I have like one deck that I want to try to keep working. It's because I've got some awesome mage dancers uniques for Nevanka that every time when I roll one or more dice, then I can return a spell. And I want to combine that, I want to do like a combination with Fen and those uniques, and being able to get a lot in my reserve, and then being able with other cards to roll instead of the Navanga. It's not working that well, but beside that, I'm not like so deep into this looking for new deck types or stuff like that, because right now I'm focusing on like my Sigisma, so that I can keep continuing to at least getting top 8 for the Tomos to get those Tomos cards right now. Yeah. I used it. I was like a little bit more usable of that before, but because I don't have like sadly I don't have like so much time always like to play, then I'm continuing right now to just like focus on like the decks that I played before. But every time when like one of my teammates saying, hey, I have like a new deck coming around, I'm always like to just like try it out for myself too, and just like say, oh, that's pretty cool. But I'm just like playing, I would say like those regular meta decks. So like my Tisha is looking like a normal deck, like my Fen, and also like my Sigisma. Yeah.
So I'm one thing I'm trying to do is find the right hero to do an order sacrifice deck.
Yeah.
But I have not been able to basically get that to work yet. The other thing I wanted to do is, as I said, Subash. I want to see if I can do anything to make it work.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for uniques that will allow me to ramp, but I have not seen one. Also, I'm not going to spend the ridiculous fortune on buying them. But I don't think I've seen a unique that ramps for Axiom.
Yeah.
But that's where I would love to get Subash to work. The other card I want to bring into a lot more of my decks is the what's the permanent that it sabotages on play, but it also sabotages on when it leaves.
It is the. I'm not good into those card names. I always know what you like.
Is it Armory Jammer?
Yeah, Armory Jammer. Yeah, Armored Jammer.
Armored Jammer. So that's the other one I'd be looking at. And sorry, we've completely lost track of the game. And Aphanis has clawed it back.
Yeah, just like taking it.
Because they had to pass, and by passing it gave him the whole free reign of getting rid of everything.
Yeah, totally. So just like also using the Off You Go, but I mean at this point, just like using the Off You Go and then being able to just like remove the Buddha, and that's it. So GG to Benhol taking it.
Benhol, well done. I thought you were lost at this, and then you came back quite strong.
Yeah. So congrats on that. So that's amazing to see.
Yeah.
So
there's some really creative players that do things that I would not consider. They're playing 2 or 3 steps ahead of the day, which is really great. Now we've got a couple more to go. I think 20. If we go to table 20, they're still a fair bit behind, so it allows us to see a bit of a gameplay. So this is MT Esparta TCG against C Curls. MT as a team, also from Brazil, it looks like.
Yeah.
So Brazil's pretty big into the game.
They're like that was actually amazing because when those teams were just like those 2 big teams were like popping off, it was like crazy because they also just like told me after like the release of Set 2, it was like a little bit like more delayed that they actually got the cusp for Trials by Frost, but they still did like bigger local tournaments where they only played like Set 1 cards, and also just like continue to play with only like Set 1 cards on online tournaments. So that is just like, so I'm still like so happy. It's also like that there's like a player base in like China or like a Chile and stuff like that, and it's like amazing that I'm like, oh man, that's like so cool that like even there's like a country where not so many players are like showing up. There's still like dedicated players that saying like, yo, we were like creating a team, we were like showing off in online tournaments and take the best reasons that we can take. This is amazing. So
with Brazil, the best part that they've done is they they didn't even get access to the second set till quite a fair bit later because of I believe customs stopped the boxes from being shipped or something like that.
Yeah.
But they decided to keep running the tournaments, still participating. I think the tournaments they ran locally all said we are only using set 1 cards until we can get product in the country. Like for these countries that don't have it, and also it's not written in Portuguese, right? The text is in English.
The text is
English, Spanish.
Yeah.
English, Spanish, French. Is it in German?
It's in German, yeah. We got German cards.
Okay, so in German as well.
Yeah.
But I'm like, man, the things that they've got to go through to make a passion work for them.
Yeah.
Well done, fantastic. Now, this is our first chance to look at an Axiom player.
Yeah.
So let's see what's going on. And it is Seacurls from the States representing my adopted hometown.
Ooh.
So
yes.
Now, see, I can claim 3 countries, right?
Yeah.
Chile, where I was born. So
Yeah.
I'll claim Chile whenever there's anyone playing. And this game is actually quite big in Chile from a perspective of participation based on access to cards, right? Australia, which I thought would be a much bigger participation, I don't see at all. I seldom see Australians, at least on the online game, and it might be because I'm in a different time zone and they're not up. But hey, I'm in the same with the Europeans, but I see them constantly, and then the States. So, all right, Seacurls ended up winning this one.
Yeah, so congrats on that.
There you go.
I just want to say that we can go to table 3 because they are like the least progress table.
Okay,
so
I'll make my way to table 3.
Yeah, and it's just like an Fairness mirror match. All right. Again,
so this could take another 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, not that. Not that. I would say it seems pretty funny. Like on the bottom of Fairness, having 3 magical trainings just like chilling around the reserve, and I'm like, oh boy, this is like, I'm not sure if this is like cool to watch or like sad. It's like, I'm not sure about that. But it's actually just like our upper Fairness that actually being able to, got like a full bench of characters on the companion side, so maybe finishing it out with that. Yeah,
that's all they need to do basically is win that side and they're done.
And playing out the match and now just like hoping. Now it's just like hoping that there's no character or no spells at all.
Well, they've got the spell Joyride that costs 1. They can play that and get at least 3 resources from. They'll get 3 resources from.
Oh yeah, it's just like boost, and boost from a Fairness at least. That's
correct.
That's right. Oh, that's interesting. So let's see how this will go. How this will end.
Yeah, and I'll say this: the Captain Hurricane Rana. What is it? Hurricane Rana? Whatever it is. So he's lucky that there's no second card in reserve because that would give it 2 boosts instead of the 1.
Yeah.
Because you could discard a card from your reserve under the rare Joyride.
Totally.
Let's see. Can he come back? Because he's got to get 11 stats. 11 stats to have a chance.
Like a good question if this would be the case.
Yeah. Because he's with the Joyride coming out and 3 additional boosts. Oh, there you go. That helps.
Ooh.
That helps bringing out. So now they've got to pass with nothing else. So he's still got to make up 7. I feel like we're at the races here. The tension is on. Can a Fairness do anything? Bottom of Fairness.
That's like a good question if the bottom of Fairness. I mean, at the end, it could be just like 1 Mage Dancer that could be played out, and then just like cheap spells for 7 mana left.
Yeah,
so
true.
This
it doesn't
could
look
be
like
just
they had
like
it by that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So this would be like a potential chance.
There you go. No, he concedes. Captain Hurricane concedes. Popses with the 4 S's at the end of their name. Wins the round.
Oh, so congrats. GG on
That's
that.
not bad.
Yeah.
GG. What's the German equivalent of good game? GG.
Gut gespielt.
Okay, that's a little bit harder for me. That's a bit hard for me.
Gut gespielt.
All right, we're about. Yeah, it's a little bit tough. It's like you tried it with the Spanish. I think we both just stick to English.
We can, I like hear that because there were like one time I was like being in a school in Switzerland for 1.5 years, and we did like a big European tour like as a class, and we were there for 1 week on like the northern side of Spain, on the northern coast. And every time they tried to learn me how to like just like use certain words, I was always like, I'm sorry guys, it's like, it's not only that I'm from Germany, I'm like from the eastern part of Germany where I have like a whole different language sometimes. It's called Sächsisch. It's just like how you say that in English? It's just like the accent, yeah, the accent, yeah, it's just like a whole different, and so it's basically also hard for me to actually talk in High German because we're not using it here in my on my side of the part Germany. And I was like, so we cannot start with Spain with Spanish.
Oh, that's so
I'm lucky that I can speak at least English and people can understand me a little bit. So.
Shall we go to table 1 for the next round?
Totally.
While we're getting there, so this is Team KNP, Tibochu, and Sissy. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I don't know if it's Sissy or Sisai. Where in Spain did you end up going? Because I lived in northern Spain.
I can. Oh no. My board games arena is not loading, guys.
Yeah, I'm having the same issue on my.
Oh no, not again. There was like a week of we had like the Arrow and afterwards the HSC, and both of the times board games arena just like went completely down, and that was like not good. And I think I have the feeling this is like happening again.
Deja vu.
Oh no.
Okay. So what do we do? What did we do in the last time? Did it come up after a few minutes? Or...
It came up until so we continue until.
No, it's working again. It's
working
so
again?
if you it just popped up on me.
Ooh,
at least one of
loading.
the pages on Board Game Arena. I'm gonna see if it still loads on.
I was on Santander.
Oh, Santander. Yeah.
Santander. Yeah.
Like the bank.
Yeah, Santander, and then we were there, like lived there, like in a house, and then we were on like a smaller. I don't know if it was like just like a village or smaller town beside it, and there was like a big youth camp happening, and then we were helping out there. But Santander was like the like main city where we started off.
Yeah, that's a beautiful coastal town.
Yeah,
it says it's the server's having issues right now.
Oh yeah, I see that. But it was so amazing because I was always like feel like because I'm like a big football fan, and I was like hoping
football is in like soccer.
Yeah, soccer. Yes, like big soccer fan. Also I like American football. I played it like as my sport here in Dresden when I was like in a sport team. But like soccer, and I was always hoping like that when we like arriving on Santander that there's like a small park with like a soccer field, and there are like just like people all the time randomly playing, because even like on the evenings it was still like warm enough. It's like not a thing here in Germany. It's getting cold during the night, but on that time it was warm, and then we just like found like a park, and there were always like people playing, and then we just like joined in, and it was so amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was so awesome. Yeah, it was so cool.
They're huge into football in Spain. So when I lived there, it was when the World Cup was happening in 2002. So that would have been Korea. I believe it was the Korea World Cup. Or South Korea. It's amazing. Like I loved it. I did go back a few years later, and I got to see Real Madrid versus Barcelona play the home and home in the Copa del Rey, which is fantastic. Like that Barcelona is my team for football. So and Arsenal in England. Now I don't have a German team. That's so I may have to pick what your team is. What's your team?
Dynamo Dresden is my team. It's
okay. I don't. Second division? That's your
no. It's actually crazy because this is like a team. Like we are in the third division. We only lead like 2 wins. We're like at the end of season, and with 2 more wins, we're actually going up to the second division. And it's crazy because we're like the third division, but we are like on the top 20 of the soccer teams in Germany with the highest amount of memberships.
Okay. Sorry, just on this, the server is back.
Ooh, the server is back.
So I'm able to see the game.
Yeah,
being
I'm
played.
also in. Amazing.
Okay.
So yeah.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah.
Man, I love that's awesome. Hopefully you guys go up.
Hopefully, yeah. It's just like, and we always have like around 30,000 people like every weekend in our in our stadium, even like in the third division. Yeah, because it's like a big traditional team. So back in the day, and it's always like so. If you're going around the city, there is like not any point. It doesn't matter where you are, that you're not knowing that Dynamo Dresden is our team of our city. So there are like always like stickers, people wearing like the clothes of the team and stuff like that. And I'm also like on every like home game, I'm always like on like the fan side where like all the friends like celebrating, singing songs and stuff like that. I'm always joining in there like for signs. I'm a little child, so
that's
yeah. So that's like I'm a huge fan of my team. So it's just like also like a second life passion, just like joining in the team, helping it out. It's like amazing, yeah.
Yes, when I used to live in Sydney, I was a member of the local team. So there's two teams in Sydney for football.
Yeah.
Now football is not a soccer. There's not that many. It's not as strong as it is in Europe or South America. So there were the Western Sydney Wanderers, which is the team I played for, and I would call that team the battler team. Kind of like they're the scrappy. The fans are not wealthy, and then you have your Sydney-based team, which is your the ones that live on the northern beach, on the beaches, the wealthy versus the non-wealthy.
Yeah,
and like the atmosphere at the Sydney Stadium for the main team, so not my team, is very casual. Like it's lovely, people are there, it's nice, it's a great atmosphere, big stadium. But then the local team, which had about 20 to 25,000 stadium, it is absolutely raucous. It is incredibly loud. Where the whole game, we're jumping up and down. We're jumping up and down, singing.
That is amazing to hear.
People get to the game. They arrive at the train station. Even if you've driven, you go to the train station an hour before the game, and then you all walk through the town to get to the stadium singing and dancing. So they close off parts of the street so that the people can go there to the stadium. And it is such a fantastic feeling. It feels very European to me in that tribal nature of sports.
Oh, that is true. That is nice to hear.
So Western Sydney Wanderers, they do it at the Palenka. So they do a couple of things. There's a few places in the world where the fans turn their backs on the team so they could show their colors and dance, jump up and down backwards. They're one of the teams that do that.
Yeah.
But they get into a lot of trouble with the league because their fans are a bit too out there.
Yeah. I understand.
But I'm a member where I live now. I'm a member of both the Utah Jazz, so I'm a season ticket holder for the Utah Jazz, and a member of the Utah Hockey Club, which is a new hockey team that started this year. Yeah. So as you can see, I love sport. My wife doesn't so much, so I've had to what used to be my season tickets alone, so it now shared with other people. But that's the right thing to do from an economic perspective.
Yeah,
I'll leave it at that. It is the right thing to do, but it is not the best for my fandom.
Yeah, but it's still amazing here, and because like we have like that you're saying like it's always like by Dynamo Dresden, so we have like big Puro shows, like big shows in general where they're doing like some special celebrations. I also just like here wanted to send you like a video. So we had like a 70 years celebration, and then we just like meet up as fans in the inner city and light everything up right with big Puros and stuff like that. So it's just like, and so many choreos that actually going on.
Beautiful. Yeah, Dynamo Dresden. So I've heard of that. So that's your team, Dynamo Dresden.
Yeah, Dynamo Dresden. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm saying it in an English accent.
Yeah, actually.
Check out the unique that's on the reserve for a Afanis. I've never seen it say in brackets out of faction. OOF.
Yeah.
Have you seen that before?
Like I saw like a couple of threads. It was like those that I remember like before the Spindle Harvester became a thing. I always was like looking into those threads because they're
Mm-hmm.
only just like they always have like those IF seasoned conditions
Mm-hmm.
as their effects. But like seeing more and more with those, like if I have 2 or more boosts, if I have 1 or more boosts, return something back. This is something amazing to see, and
look at
actually just like happening again now.
Just they're using it right here, so then the helping hand is going to go back to hand.
That is
Beautiful.
amazing. Yeah, but what I just
he almost like he baited him. He baited him to do that.
So it's back just in training. So for us, it's getting back, but maybe it could be some issues. I'm just like, okay, if I'm loading like new into the thing, it's still being down. So maybe just like we're happy that we can see the game now. But actually, always if I'm looking like at those soccer teams, I'm always like hoping that at one point, I'm always like hoping, like for example, like for Auto Red, if there's like a big event, then you have like so many fans instead of just like staying quiet and watching the game, just like shouting out to their favorite player and stuff like that, because those spirit or just those energy like in those stadiums is, you need to feel that, guys. You need to actually, if you have the chance to visit like a big soccer team, do it intimately, because this is like a different feeling. And every time when like friends from outside of Germany were visiting me, I'm always telling them, yeah, we will go to the fan side of Dynamo Dresden, and then you were just like celebrating with us. And they're like, yeah, okay, sounds fun. And they always said like, if I would live in Dresden, I would also be a fan of the sport team, because it's so amazing what's happening. Always like a big party. Awesome. Yeah, it's just like, so I'm hoping it's like the same for the other red worlds.
Yeah, I'll put Dresden on my bucket list to go to a game. I love it. So I'll join you. I'll wear their what are their colors? What's their jersey colors?
Black yellow is
black and yellow. Okay, yeah. I'll get one of those jerseys.
That's amazing.
So talking about soccer. So I used to announce just as a volunteer, announce at the stadium for the Real Salt Lake.
Ooh, that's amazing.
Yeah, so the Spanish broadcast team, my friend used to work for the soccer team,
and
they would just say, hey, you can get free tickets if you come to the broadcast. But I would only say the simple things. I'd be a beautiful view, beautiful stadium, but I'd be more like goal. You know, the Hispanics get really into that. And then I'd go into the English booth, and it's like goal.
Yeah,
beautiful goal. So I was like, come on, where's the passion?
Where's the passion?
So
there
you go. Yeah. Well, we're gonna watch some of the World Cup. Not the Club World Cup is happening in the US this year in June and July. So I'm gonna try to get down to Vegas to watch Vegas or Seattle, I think, to watch a game or two. That's my goal.
That's amazing. It's amazing.
Man.
But also just like a nice game to watch, because our fan again seems like pretty well into the game against the Irfan. But as we saw before, could be just like
yeah, and he had to do this because the Off You Go was such a deterrent to play out red, especially with Hathor in reserve. Hathor in reserve, he could have brought it out, only paid 2 to get rid of the really strong red. Now, it doesn't mean that he may not have another Off You Go in hand.
Yeah.
But we'll see. So far in reserve, in discard, there's just one Off You Go in the Lyra side. They have got rid of 2 Martingales and 2 Ouroboros Inkcasters, as well as 2 Haven Seringers and a Magical Training. So they still have a lot. I think there's going to be they're more than likely playing all 3 Off You Goes in their deck.
Yeah,
and it's also a definite for Afanis.
It's totally true. And just like to answering something in chat, so as it seems, Board Games Arena is back online. Like for me. Also, like if I'm just like reloading the page, so maybe those issues stopped now. So I hope all of you can just like continue playing, and not just like to stop it at this point. So let's see how this will go in.
Now, is there anything that the team can do about extending time because of
certainly not. So Board Games Arena is just like the tool in general of like creating tournaments is amazing, because it's just like like everything is just like using automatically. So you're creating, and it's creating the tables continued for round 2 and round 3, and so you can set up everything like really good. But the big problem is, as a tournament organizer, you cannot just like put actions during the tournament. So you couldn't just like say, okay, I will stop the tournament now until it's like getting better, or I just like used to stop the time. It's also like the case that you actually cannot just like kick out player of the tournaments at some point. So it's a little bit like less, but I know like especially for Starshine Simon, like the organizer for the A.W.O.L, that he's always just like talk about those issues like on forums, but never get listened. And but I think it's just like a general thing for the tournament things. But I'm still happy that we're being able to do that, because I couldn't imagine how this could work out if we would like use a third website or something like that to do those tournaments.
There's only so much you can complain when it's a free access tool.
It's just
like of course you can play, but you can pay. But even then, what you pay is minuscule.
It's like
in the
27
States,
euros here.
$3 a month.
Yeah,
sorry, $5 a month, or if you buy yearly, it's $3 a month.
Yeah, it's just like I paid like the yearly subscription because like Board Games Arena, I have like many friends and we like to play board games in general, but sadly we don't have like the time like years before where we all just like went to school and afterwards just like hang out all the day, because like we have like girlfriends, boyfriends, just like work and stuff like that. And then we just like said, okay, someone is paying for the premium version of board games, and then sometimes we just like meet up in the evenings just like playing. So
that's awesome.
Yeah,
so
it's awesome. Yeah,
I love playing board games, and it's actually why I got into Altered.
Me too.
It gave me the nostalgic feel.
Yeah,
we're going to do this in the interview later in the week.
Yeah,
it gave me that nostalgic feel of what my family used to do. Our family were a board game family.
Yeah,
my wife Heather, she's not at all. She'll join me when I want to play and bring people over to play board games, but she is not. So my closet of board games, which is about 300 strong, is gaining a lot of dust.
Yeah,
because it just doesn't get played very often. We love Ticket to Ride being our favorite.
I know the game. That's awesome. Yeah. It's an awesome game. It's an amazing game.
Yeah, and since you're German, I also buy every year the Spiel des Jahres. I think is the game of the year, the German game of the year. Both the connoisseur as there's I'll find what it's called and I'll send it to you. But there's like it's governed by Germany. It says the best game of the year. It's globally known as, if you win this award, your game is going to become a big hit across the world. SPIEL SDE, I think it's DEUX, but I'm not sure, something like that. But I get those games, and even though some of them I don't open because we don't play, I still buy them because I have to. Like I got to get them just because I want to have the access to it when we do want to play it. But man, I miss playing board games.
Right. I'm still searching for the game. It's like game of the year. Okay, so how?
So
is it Cascadia? Cascadia?
It's Spiel des Jahres. JAHRES is the name of the award given. It's a German one.
Yeah.
But so every year they give awards for the best game of the year.
You mean the Spiel des Jahres? Oh yeah.
There you go.
The Oscar of the board games. The Oscars of the board games.
I was way off. I can't even say it properly.
Good.
Sky Team won this year, and that looks like a really fun game.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's just
look at us nerding out on something else while we're talking about Altered. So. Yeah. Some people are probably cursing us to say, keep to the focus of the game. There we go. And on that, an Off You Go is coming out.
Yeah.
Getting rid of the Magpie Hoarder. Giving the Spindle Harvester that additional boost. Now, I one thing I don't know, and maybe you know regarding the cards, is why do some rares some out of faction rares come at the common while others come at the rare? And how is that choice made?
Ooh, that's like a good question. It's like a good question.
And I would say like when I get to bring one of the people from Equinox / Altered into my podcast, that is one of the questions I ask is why do you do that? And because I hear people complaining that in some factions they only ever get the common version. while other
Yeah.
factions more than likely, or in the most case, get more rares.
This is a good question. If I would be like on a game testing team or something, I could like totally answering that. But I think it's just like so for now, if I'm taking under those cards, I also like being totally interested in, but it's just like always like feeling also well good like the certain other factions card is being represented. I mean, we don't see like every card being played, but there's like some things where I'm saying like, oh yeah, that makes sense that it's being like the outer faction card for that because it's working really, really good, or just like adding something to the playstyle that like the faction in general wouldn't do before. It's just like with the Euro Festival that's just like hanging on Muna, and like being like a card for the Euro outer faction of Muna. And then I'm being like, yeah, that makes sense because you can actually use this really, really well as a Muna deck. But beside that, you're actually not into that, like totally playing into that. And then you have like whole archetypes for using that. And it's just like similar on like other decks that being played. It's just like the Jack Frost that's being played on orders, for example, that I really like. It's just like cool to have, or like the Aloe Vera or Kodama that back in the days be played for Fen, because it's just like a good card in general getting played out on the reserve. Yeah, so if you want, we can just like join in another table.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one of the lower ranked tables.
Yeah, we can just like continue.
So low. There's table 31.
Oh yeah,
there's people we haven't seen before, which is Alex
And
Kidd
it's
and
loaded.
Gargoyle.
It's still loading, guys.
it's-
So it's
Bummer.
being upward, but I'm being able. No, I'm always being able to click on go to game, but then it's look like that, guys. So not looking that good.
It's not looking good for us. Hopefully, we're entertaining enough that at least it,
Yeah.
it drowns a little bit of those sorrows.
So I'm already excited for the podcast to join in because I see that we can talk forever.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
So-
totally. It's amazing.
yeah. So when Nick and I do our podcast, we're like, we're going to spend half an hour.
Oh,
And we talk for an hour and 20 minutes.
yeah.
So Nick's my co-host.
Yeah.
So let me see if we can get onto any of the others. I looks like I'm trying to get into Benhol and Popsis.
Yeah, I'm
Pops?
not being able to actually
Nope,
join
neither.
in. Yeah, it's just like not being able to join in. So
Yeah. So while we're waiting, so there's a couple of questions that I've actually written down.
Okay.
I thought I'd need some filler questions in case we didn't gel, but that's not a problem.
Yeah,
That is not a problem.
That is good. So that's amazing. But yeah, you can ask the questions. Totally fine.
So and I've just got to get to it. Sorry if you see me on my phone here. This is me trying to get to. So since Trial Frost has come out,
Yeah.
what is your view on what heroes have received the most impactful support? So if you go through, and we can go through each of the factions to say, like, if you go Axiom first, what is the most impactful support they received? Then if I was to go there from an Axiom perspective, I thought they lost. They lost because of the errata that came out. I think they lost their strength that they had in set 1, and this is mostly with what's the name of the hero that plays from reserve? Traced.
Traced, yeah.
Yeah.
Traced.
So when Haven Bastion was errated, or actually removed from the game, I think they lost a lot. But what card would you say has either the potential or it's already realized best impact from an Axiom perspective?
From Axiom especially, I would say if it comes into that, that's a good question. I never thought of that, so I'm just like going through that. So I would say that those exhaust resupply cards that like getting placed, or that you're being able to play exhaust resupply, so the frozen delivery, for example, I like that card actually because it's just like cheap. You're being able to just like resupply in the common version and also have like a cooldown on it, so using it again. I would say just like the frozen reprogressor at some point I'm liking. But beside that, it's actually It's tough. I mean, there was like a deck that actually played the Neelam Rivet tree, but it was like an out affection card, and it worked pretty well actually.
Yeah,
And I'm also
that's the
seeing that
card
the
I
game
was
is
going to
back.
say.
It's amazing. Okay, guys, we can
Okay,
see
let's
Gurung
go back.
against Athanas, yeah. But I would say both of like either like this or that card, because on the other cards I actually don't have like a feeling of if they're like being better, but I would say like the Frozen Delivery I like the most. None more racist than Haven Seringar. Yeah, and Bravo's got a like the Haven Seringar.
Yeah, Haven Seringar and Bravos I think is hands down the best card. And I'll also say Eat Me Energy Bar is another strong one for them. And totally. what's the other, the one that it gives boosts? That's also strong. So they got three really strong cards. Shall we try table 31 again? If that works for us?
I'm in go against Alex Kidd, and we see Athanas against Gurung being played. But as it seems now, I would say that actually Alex Kidd needs to discard one card to reserve. And I have the feeling that actually he's not being able to just like doing that, because maybe also have like some issues. So seems not good, guys. Still, if you're being able to join the game, because if I want to reload back to the main page, then it's not being able to just like going in. So I have like the feeling of, if this is like not changing at all, that the next round will be looking really bad. So yeah, but yeah, by far Haven Seringar, one of our servers, is facing a major issue right now. Note, our reputation penalty received for leaving games will be cancelled. So it could be actually, it seems not good, guys. So
yeah, I don't know what's happening here. It looks like I can see the screen, but I don't know if they're still playing.
Yeah.
Because he has gone in overtime. Alex Kidd is waiting for him.
Yeah.
Let's see should we try another table in the meantime?
Again, please.
Shall we try another table?
Yeah. I would just like go to table playing. 29, but it's just like loading, and I have the feeling that this will be the last round that we will see in action, because otherwise, out of all the players that being left, there are like not that many that can continue playing. So
yeah,
actually sad, because I wanted to play some games after the stream, but now I'm not being able. It's sad, but it is what it is. Yeah,
you and I can play each other. Let's try one of those then. Once we're done.
Yeah, we can do it. Yeah.
So from Bravo, I think Bravos, those three cards were really strong in Bravos while we're waiting for something to come out.
Yeah.
So Arcolano Milk was the other one. I would also say Avalanche is a really strong card that Axiom got.
Totally.
Both in the common and the rare, just that removal functionality that allows multiple cards to be targeted.
Yeah.
So those are the ones from me. The card that I don't even know if it's going to be useful is Flawed Prototype. I just don't.
Yeah. Totally understand.
I don't get it. I don't get how that can be used so well. Gibble is also another one that's strong, not for play, but for its its quick action ability.
Yeah. Now, like for me, it was like by far Bravo's got like the coolest cards out, but also had like the feeling of it actually also like Muna got like really amazing cards with set 2. Just like because the like archetype of just like keeping cards on your board and just like continue resupplying was just like a thing that happened like at the beginning, where people were like changed from those mass anchoring uniques that were played out all the time to just like all boosting and then keep those boosting up, and they were like, okay.
So which card though? What card do you think had the greatest impact on Muna? And I know every hero is different. Which one would you say?
I would say on Muna, actually, if it's going into Muna, then it's the Floratant by far.
Floratant, yeah.
The Floratant is just like an amazing card, because usually it was like the thing that you actually, for example, you played out your aloe vera, and of course, like the Muna Bastion was a thing before. It's actually just like you can have it like 2 to 3 times. And it was just like the fact that you're playing out the Floratant could potentially play out the aloe vera or any other card, and being able to just like stick those cards for the turn. Also, the resupply is really, really strong. I like the Lost in the Woods because it was just like another spell that got added so that you just like could like discard anything. So like an additional removal.
Yeah.
And besides,
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but can we? So Ben Hole is playing right now, and they're moving, they're working theirs. I believe they're table.
But I'm on another table now, and I cannot go back. But
That's
now
okay.
I clicked the refresh page, and I have the feeling that actually that I will not come back ever from that. So
just let me know. I'm happy to go to one of them. It looks like this server's having its erratic problems, but you tell me which one you'd like me to go to. I know table 3 they are playing.
I was against Mysotosis 84 against Skolo Pantre.
Okay, which table would you like me to go to?
I don't know. I forgot the table. Right.
Okay, that's all right. I'll look for it. What's the name?
It's Mysotosis 84 against Skolo Pantre. It's Kojo against Azadi that we can watch right now.
Okay, I'll look at table 29. So I'm making my way there. It looks like it's back up and running with 3 Haven Bastions in as oh my word. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, just like continuing this, and I would say now that Skolo Pantre actually just like maybe being able to take over that game. So let's see how this will end.
So Skolo Pantre is playing Azadi, or yes, okay. So they're behind right now. Let's see if Kojo can do anything, because they do have a 6/6/6 Bravos Tracer out already in the field. It was anchored or I slept from last turn.
Yeah,
that's a very strong card out there. But the Sakurabru might be. I guess it doesn't do its effect from reserve.
Yeah, it's just like when it played out from the hand. But maybe there's like a third copy of that, just like sitting there with an ED energy bar, so you can use the ability twice. But oh yeah, here we go. The Haven Bounce, and I would guess the big rail would just like come to an end. So seems good for our Kojo right now. But with 12 mana, like Azadi. Okay.
They mustn't have anything good if.
Let's
see. I guess it all depends on what Kojo has in hand. Myosotis 84.
Yeah.
And Skolo Paandyandy. So this is one of your. Is that Belgium or Germany? The flag, is that Belgium?
That's Belgium, right? That's there.
Belgium. And Germany is the same flag but tilted, right? The other way around, up and down.
No, it's just like black, red, and then yellow. Black, so red. Just like changed with that.
Okay. See, I gotta get my geography colors right for the countries. Against another French player. So let's see what we got. Okay, so he had an Icebound Peak come out. That's not really going to be useful for this late stage in the game.
Totally, but there would be a Twinkle actually putting to sleep. So it could be just like the Axiom Celebration. It could be played out again, getting those double boosts, and afterwards just like maybe getting another character being in play for that. But it still seems like that Azadi with the Twinkle actually could be being able to just like finishing the game out. And we see another one. That is cool.
Gee, that is very strong. That resupply for them. Very difficult. Very difficult. So now, while we're looking at it here, what do you think is the most impactful card from Lyra to have come out of Trial by Frost?
For Lyra,
nice.
I would say, and just like again, man, that's not looking good.
Sakurabru is getting a lot of play, but that's so big.
Just
that's the end of their turn.
It's like the double question.
There you go. Good win. Good win. Totally. Myosotis 84.
So let's see if we can go to the main page, and we can do. It's looking good.
We got to pray to the altered gods that it works for us, right?
Yeah, hopefully it will continue working. So if you want, we can go to table table 21. Martin
21, yeah,
Fischer, against
let's
original.
do this. And look at this, another Spaniard there.
Yeah.
My adopted home. So we go. Oh,
Yeah.
and what a name! Originality. Originality against Martin Fischer. So he's actually using his name. We don't normally get people that don't use a pseudonym of some kind. So hats off to you, sir, for using your real name here. Hopefully no credit card fraud is done under your name here because they know who you are. All right. See, I think looking at Martin's deck, he's got the 2 cards he wants out. Both the Nihilum and the Brassbag Hive. Very, very strong setup for the beginning of every turn for him. Okay, and Off You Go coming out. I think Off You Go has got to be the most played card.
At some point, yeah. Also reflective feeling. But I would say if it comes like to generic cards, I would either say like the Magpang Hoarder is like a nice card for Trials by Frost, because it's just like the ability of 1 boost and fleeting, and it's like something that you're actually getting so easily, and for 2 costs it's amazing. And beside that, I would say as the common version, the Will o' the Wisp is like an actually really amazing card, because it's just like that sometimes you had like a lack of like the water region type for Fen, so getting that also nice. And for some decks, actually the Sleight of Hand is just like a nice addition to just like exchange target cards for free set from card for your hand. I also would say like that Nightjailer in general is like a cool card. It's like my most loved card for Trials by Frost.
Which one?
Nightjailer, Gifted Conjurer. And so this was like also a card,
I love Nyala. So I call it Nyala, so I don't know if I'm saying it right. Nyala Gifted Conjurer, really, really good.
And I like the card. But a little bit too high cost for me. Just like
3?
Even your rare
version, 3? That high?
Yeah,
Come on.
3. I mean, if I could use a Sleight of Hand to just like get something back, and there are like some other cards, I mean, like the Heifer, for example, just like for 2 costs with the same stats. It's just like that in my head. It's just like stat-wise, like 3 costs for 3/3/0. And just like being able to like another spell could potentially just like use the spell. But I mean, the rare version is like actually really good, but then I would prefer like other rare cards running in my fan list. But it's just like a personal opinion. 3 mana that loses to Off You Go. Yeah. Keelan
That's
is
true.
right.
Now, I'll tell you one card that I think is rubbish, because I think it's too difficult to play, is Icebound Tundra. Icebound Tundra is... Now, I would say, if there's one character in Lyra that can possibly play it off. If it, base statistic is 0, when you play a character, if it's in a terrain where its base statistic is 0, so you're playing it in an area that you don't want to win, which makes no sense, right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's too many hurdles to go through. I think I wish the Icebounds were a little bit easier. Oh, the game was abandoned. That's not fair.
That's not
Come
fair,
on,
but
come on, BGA. It's not their fault.
It's not their fault, and let's see how many players still being left. So right now, okay, at least we still got like 44 players left for the 6th round, but still like with the 6th and 7th round continue to go. Is that how that card was better in Afanas than in Lyra? Yeah, totally. Totally agreeing on that. But right now it seems that everything is just like working back. So if you want, we can continue to go on the top tables.
Let's do it. Let's do it. This is fun.
On table 2, there's actually a team battle.
Okay, let's go to table 2.
Yeah, if you want to, we can also join another one.
Nope. So is this in table 2 for round 6? Is that right?
Yeah. It's just like head Alison Lopez against head Takaki, so team battle going on.
Let's go. And this is for bragging rights. Who leads this faction or this team?
Yeah.
The hat. And that's Hispanic Altered Team. Very original, I'll say that. All right. So we got Takagi Eze Lopez. A mirror match of Muna, Tasia and Naura. They're funny. They're actually saying, "Oh, what bad luck that we got paired up against each other." So
this is like the biggest dream for me.
This is like Kohlrabi is having the time of his life is if he watches this one, because he's like, this is nature, this is my friend, this is my favorite faction to play.
Yeah.
So I think it's so funny how much hate he has towards Ortis, which is my faction. Like, I'm like, well, we had him for our interview, and I'm just like, man, what's with this whole hate? But then he goes, I actually really hate. It's not Ortis at all. It is who's the girl that does the After You?
Akesha. You mean
Akesha?
Akesha, yeah, Akesha.
Despises Akesha. It's so funny. It is a fun. This is a fun game, creating fun connections with people all around the world, man. It's really fun. It's really great. So let's see what is going to happen in this match. Are you do you know anything about Takagi's build or Easy Lopez's build?
I know that Easy Lopez had good uniques. That I'm knowing like for sure that this is like the case for both of them. That both of them have like really good uniques. I mean, if I'm being able to just like rewatch the game of like the last games of both players, then I can say which is it. We have it here. It's a few game replay. But I would say like in general, like a mirror match for Tisha is just like amazing to watch. And oh no, I'm not being able, sadly. So let's see how this will go on. But when it comes down to Tisha, I'm always looking to Esa Lopez if Esa Lopez is playing Tisha, because he's also playing Tisha like for decades now in tournaments.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
just like a really long Tisha player. So let's see.
Let's see
If
that's
he's
interesting.
being able, or if he's like trained Takagi too much on the on the Tisha train, and now Takashi is taking over the master.
Does the pupil beat the master? That's what we're trying to see. So while we're waiting for this to continue to load, my best card from Muna, my favorite card to use is Jack Frost.
Jack Frost.
And Jack Frost rare. Just because Muna doesn't have much interaction.
Yeah.
So to have that interaction to exhaust a card in your opponent's reserve twice from playing the card, once from hand and once from reserve, I really like that ability. I also thought Lost in the Woods is another card that we can use, especially because you can basically have your removal be common rather than rare. Now, but I still see a lot of people not use Lost in the Woods. But, those are the two that I found to be useful. But then it also gave some substance, like the overall cards. Gave substance to Rin and Orchid, because there's now more cards available that worry about being in forest.
You will be able to go into the game because it started?
I am.
You am. Okay, all right. It's just like want to ask if for everyone it's just like working it out now. But
so it looks like it's back on, and we've
it's just like amazing, because now our bottom teacher could just like use the ability of the Munaturi to just like anchoring the Turkina, and afterwards just like using the Floritent on the same time, just like to profile like any removals, but it will not be the case for 2 mana now for our upper Kisha for Takagi. But it's just like the fact that I said, like when the Muna Bastion is being able to already like being in play, then you can just like basically do your own you would play like Solitaire or something like that as a teacher, because there is like not that many cards, especially like in a mirror match, that you're using to just like start to remove some cards. So this is like looking good at the beginning, but I mean the combination of just like having the Muna turret in play, just like giving the Turkina out anchoring, having the Orgun on the reserve, just like to boost up those Turkina again. It's still looking good for Esa Lopez, and it seems that this will be the plan now for Esa Lopez right now, to just like play it out like that. Or maybe
Takagi did a really good move to force the hand. Okay.
So
they're going to anchor again next turn. Wow.
Yeah, so being able to double progress, and not sure if the Ogre will be played out now, or just like sticking to that on the reserve and hoping for like, just like playing it out directly.
Why would you not? Like,
Yeah.
why would you not?
Double
Just for the
progress,
sake-
yeah.
Yeah. Like, and I've seen some players basically want to keep a card in hand. In my mind, is any progression is better than no progress. But I'm not top players these days, so
Yeah.
there are wiser minds that are going to tell me no. Sometimes holding a card is much better.
Yeah,
But-
totally. Totally.
So you're telling me that too. So
Yeah.
So you're telling me in essence, I am not going to win my Tumult Championship.
Right. I mean, I did not say it like that, but
But I so want that Sunisa mat. It is
Yeah.
so pretty. It is
yeah,
really
totally,
great.
totally. Yeah, I also want like to have at least like that. It's like an amazing mat, and I saw already like those mats like in real life, and it's looking really amazing.
Yeah.
I'm totally. It's like really cool. And
do
now
you-
it's yeah.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You can continue. Nothing
Oh,
to add.
man. This-
It's just like looking good. The bot
This
state.
Docana is really, really powerful. Both of them. They just do it. The only difference is it looks like Easy Lopez is going to continue to keep his card anchored, whereas I do not feel that's going to be the same below. But we'll see. I think he has to play it now.
Yeah.
What was I going to say is, do you have any mat that you've gotten from either a convention or anything related to Altered, or do you just go one of the traditional Equinox, not Equinox,
Sadly-
Game Genic mats?
It's like sadly not, because I don't have like because of my like work, I don't have like the time to just like traveling. It's just like not
Yeah.
a special thing for now, so that's why I'm not happy about the insurance, but at least I'm being able to enjoy a little bit more of Autored and enjoying this first year, at least. So it's okay. But I got like this special. How was the name of this like big dragon that got a rake, like Kuku?
Oh, Kokorama, the
Kokorama.
dragon,
Yeah, and there's like this mat that at least I know like around like Germany, people told me they were not being able to get like the special map with like this shining effect on that, and I've got one from the store.
Did you get it by?
Buying
Is
it
it
from the local store.
legitimate?
Yeah.
Is it legitimate through Game Genic, or is
Yeah.
it someone that created it?
No, it's
Wow, that'd
from
be beautiful.
yeah, it was from Man of Games. He's like basically an online shop, a bigger one, but he also had like this local shop, and most of the products that are like a little bit like more special, he's not like selling online. And I was just like going on like the usual casual Friday that we like meet up for playing, and he had like got those mats just like sitting around there, and I was like, no way. Everyone in Discord telling me now that they're not being able to buy this product, and he's like, yeah, I got some of them, and then I was being able to get one of those, so I'm really happy. It's just like amazing to get those.
Is a Kurokami mat,
Yeah.
shiny surface.
Yeah.
How do you get that?
I
want it.
buying. Basically, I'm working and getting money, and afterwards I'm buying the
See, I work and make money, but my little kids take my money.
Maybe they can. Maybe they want to have like a mat. You just like say, "Hey, this mat is looking amazing."
I wonder. I wonder if this is going to be regular stock mat afterwards. It is beautiful, especially the fact that it's shiny.
I just like heard that this mat is like actually really rare in the way of that like not many stores got this like in a bigger like storage or stuff like that. It was just like that every store got like, and also like Man of Games only got like 3 to 4 mats, and it was just like out by accident that I just like joined in the store, and I was like, oh yeah, this mat is looking cool, I'm getting that. And then I'm just like going into Discord, and everyone is telling about it. He wants the mat so badly, and I was like, I got one.
I'm gonna look to get one. So I just purchased the Kickstarter mat. Who's the sleeping person again?
Sleeping person? Warum?
Yes, the base. No, you you play them. It's the one that you play. If you put it from your hand to your reserve, it automatically goes. You have the option of bringing it out in the field, but to sleep.
Coppelia. Kodama. Kodama.
No, Coppelia. Sorry.
Coppelia,
yeah. So someone was selling it on the Discord, and not on the Discord, on eBay. And it was going for, I think most people are selling it for plus 100. I offered them $45. They countered with 50, and I'm like, sure, that's double the price of a regular mat, but it's a nice different mat. Yeah. And one of our local stores actually gave me a mat, which was the mats that they used, that they were using when they were showcasing the game. Yeah. And it's a green field. It's really pretty, very different, very subtle. I'll put it up on our chat one day. I was very grateful that the store gave it to me. They said, look, we wanted to get this game going, but we had no interest. So he gave me that, and then he gave me a copy of each of the heroes from the second set, not the 2023 heroes, one of the 2024 heroes. Yeah. The ones that I had Siggy on it. But I tried to scan those, and the scanning doesn't work. So I've sent a request to Equinox to say, can you tell me how we can get these into my account? So we'll see what they respond with. Yeah. And back to the game. Look at 666 sneezer shroom.
It's just like amazing to see that. It's just like a with the ogre getting played out. It's just like an additional thing. That this is like getting even better, and this is like the thing that I said before. It's like our bottom teacher as a Lopez has like not any chance of all with just like 3 Lost in the Woods at least in the deck list to actually get any removal, because even if this spindle is getting target from that, it's just like that you need like an additional one to just like discard one of them. And just in training, I know you won like the Tomo Champ match. That is like crazy. And I want to have at least one, but I'm also just like someone told me that he won one, and he maybe wants to trade it with me with a unique, like a strong unique that I don't play in general because I don't play the deck. And I was like, yeah, maybe I would be interested in, because I like the mat, and maybe I'm being able to win it and then have like a second one.
But wouldn't you feel like an imposter? A little bit of an imposter syndrome having a champion mat when you didn't win?
I just want to.
That's where my mind goes. Is like, I love the mat, but if I don't win it,
now for me, it's
could I wear it, have a champion mat?
It's like for me, like the same. If I would like buying like the like the jersey of like a winning sports team for a certain event and just like putting it in my room. I was like having like those like in my mind of I'm buying it and then I just like putting it somewhere in my room and saying like, hey, I would never just like go to the store and like, hey, welcome guys, I got the champion mat, I'm the best player that you ever see. That I would only do like with my own mat that I would be played, but like for those, just like getting it and just like having it like, and then after 5 years I would say, oh, amazing that I've got the chance to at least get the mat at some point, and it's just like sitting there. This is like amazing, but I would only play like with my own one mat, but the other one I would just like keep in my home, just like representing how it looks like.
Put it on the wall.
Yeah, just like put on the wall. Like a whole collectioner. So I'm starting a whole collection to fill out the one.
Cool. I wish they had done it so that each of the 6 scouts that you would able to get it for all 6 scouts rather than just Sunisa. But hey, it's awesome. It's nice. So yeah, I mean, I'd be interested. I think like Equinox and GameGenic have done really, really well with some of the mats. I just think a lot of them are so exclusive that you cannot get them around the world unless you go to the convention. Like there's an Ordis mat that looks like it's the council chamber. That looks beautiful, and this blue one. There's also one that I think isn't there a Taoja Nauru mat as well? There's one that looks like that.
Yeah,
they're like $150 for a mat is a lot of money. I'm sure they'll go up in price eventually, but I mean, like that's a lot to pay.
Yeah, totally. Bring out that spot. Okay, they still are like around 150 to 200. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I know it like back in the days when I played like Locana, you always also got like those championship mat, and they were also similar to the price. And there are actually like people, like friends of mine, won like this championship, store championship, and then after the winning game, there are already some people just like saying, "Yeah, I will give you 200 right now if you're giving me the mat." After
wow.
like winning, and then one of my friends were like, "Yeah, why not? I mean, I've got also like a nice card that I won, so I don't need it."
Yeah. Yeah, and
So
that's
it was
good
amazing.
too.
Yeah, it was just like funny, and I would also be like, I mean, like especially like for auto right now. I mean, if I would win the mat, oh my goodness, I would never give it like, not even like for one. Okay, maybe for 1 million, I would give it away for sure.
Yeah.
But like for like 200, 300, for me personally, I would never like give it away. But if I would win
Yeah.
like 2, 3 of them, like someone in the chat, then I would be like, yeah, why should I not just like selling one of those at least?
Correct. Like,
make
and
someone
this is
happy.
it.
Yeah.
If someone's willing to sell one for 50 or less, I'm like, yeah, I'd buy it.
Yeah.
Especially if they want money. But I mean, but there's still going to be that imposter feeling.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah. I understand it. I understand that.
So Easy Lopez, I think, has got this game.
Yeah, it's looking so good, but it's still like.
But the unique, the Chiron unique is really strong. So when it a boost, so 2 boosts for every character you bring out.
Yeah.
And you can choose which characters get the single boost to get you 2 boosts in total. So
yeah, it's
very,
also
very
like
strong.
the diseases room could be just like played out on the hero side right now, on the companion side, boosting it up and at least being able to also just like progress through that and just like continue with it. There are 3 more tournaments I will participate. Let's see. Oh, do you know where do you go? Maybe we're like seeing each other on us for like like on one of the tournaments, but I'm not sure if you're doing. Do you just like play on another Eastern tournament championship? So,
are you talking to me or you're talking to someone in the chat?
I'm sorry, I'm talking to someone in the chat.
Yeah, that's
because I know that he's like not living like that far away, so it's just like at the next.
Why do you think he played the Sneezer Shroom on the left when he could have played it on the companion side and won?
I
you think it was a mistake?
I would say maybe, but I would say
okay.
So
it's surprising.
It's surprising. I mean, maybe because of the thing of like, okay, with those 2 cards being out now, then also just like the Chiron just like sitting in the reserve, maybe in the way of, okay, I would just like progress once and maybe being able to just like double progress again through the next turn and being able to continue that on the upcoming turn. So
potentially, I'll say Easy Lopez has had very, very, very good luck with his resupplies. A lot of anchoring, multiple anchoring times. So
yeah.
and
this is like one of the cynics.
It's
just like if you control 2 more plans other than me, up to 2 target characters each gains 1 boost. It's just like those mass boosting ups.
So it's the same. It's very much the same as the Chiron. That they both get 2 boosts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, it's like that. It's just like.
And it gets automatically played out the next day. Yeah. Wow.
This is like an amazing one. Yet the Coppelia is totally insane.
That is a fantastic Coppelia.
Nothing to add on that. It's just like an amazing card. It's true.
Yeah. It's a question of whether or not he'll need it for the next day.
Yeah. Played out asleep. Yeah, it's also just like getting played out asleep. So still sticking there. And I mean, now the Spindle Harvests are getting on the companion side. The boost is starting off. And this is just like a cool thing because this could like continue just like with playing like the run cost of a Muna Caregiver. I mean, we see on the upper teacher for Takagi right now that's like still being able to playing something out of the head, and it's really a florid hand. And
unique. Look at us both reacting at the same time.
Yeah.
When we see that little gold bar up the top, we're like, what is this?
And this is like an amazing one. It's like if you control 3 or more characters, you may put a card from your hand in reserve, but the better effect is just like when a character you control gains 1 or more boost, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less other than me gains anchored. this is just like amazing. And it's
So I'm
safe with
assuming he
3
can use it
turns.
twice. He can,
Yeah.
and he can use it twice, right? Because
Yeah.
Chiron is going to give boost to
Yeah.
2 characters, so he'll be able to anchor 2 characters, correct?
Yeah, totally. And it's also just like that, for example, if like a Ugon would be played in, then it would also count every boost that like the Ogon is giving to like a plant. So if you have like 10 plants, like I know it's like a high number, but for example, if you would take like have 10 plants playing out the Ogon, each of the plant will get like anchored because of the boost, because it's like the
Yeah.
certain effect it's saying not when characters you control gain one boost, it's just like when a character, so it's counting for each character.
Yeah.
And I have like a similar one as an
really?
anchoring unit. Yeah, I have like I can. Would I show it to the stream? Yeah, I can show it to the stream. I'm totally.
Yeah.
You could also see it when I at some point stream my own gameplay, so then you could see it.
Yeah. You just played against me. Make me feel real bitter. So
yeah.
So I would anchor this very same card though. Like, would you anchor Kokaba or would you anchor something else?
So it's just like that.
So you got to choose to gain the in terms of the layering of the triggers. You want your
like boosting it out,
boost
giving
first.
it the boost. So
Yeah, give it to the Chiron.
And it's
then
actually
give it to your biggest creature. Okay.
Yeah, because it's just like other characters. I don't know if there's like an anchoring condition, if it's just like saying not other than me. I never saw that effect before. But I'm always had like this like weird scenario, like it's just like GG, and I would say with that it's just like basically it.
Easy Lopez 1. That is a lot of characters out.
These t-shirt players are scary. I mean, we are on the watch list with those mass anchoring uniques, right? But I still have the feeling like that teacher is like not played that much, and that this is just like I think that should be happening.
I'm surprised it's not winning more.
Yes.
Do you have anything that you would remember? I'm surprised we're still going strong with our talking and back and forth. But we didn't get to Ordis or Izmir from a perspective of best cards from the new set or most impactful cards.
Oh,
I'm taking some of my questions that I ask in my podcast as part of the chat, so that's all right. This is good because it lets me get to go into your mind a little bit.
Okay. So for Ordis, it's like a new question or the question that we talked before?
No, same question. So what's the best card from Ordis?
The best cards for Ordis is either just like the tiny shell, or is the as an out of action card, it will be definitely like the Jack Frost for me, because it's just like a nice card. It's like a cheap card, and it would be either just like the tiny shell as a rare version, if you're not playing the Crown and the War, or it will be the Railing Call for me for Ordis. Those 3, but I would say if I could pick for those 3 out,
Rallying Call is strong, being one resource. I love Rallying Call against the Lyra Festival decks.
Yeah.
Because if they've got something anchored, you could just remove the anchor. Sorry, if it's got sleeping, you remove the sleeping.
It's just like that's why I like so Railing Call by far the most out, but the best out of action card for me personally is just like it's just like the Jack Frost, because it was always like the case that you actually just like played out Helping Hand and Sticky Note Seals for Sigismar, and it's actually just like such a non-brainer. Like for me to have a character that I could play out that could help me to progress and just like exhaust the reserve of my opponents.
It's brilliant.
And the tiny jail is something else for themselves. It's just like
shall we go in to watch? There's only one game still going on.
I'm just like I put it in the background. Yeah.
Tibuchi.
Yeah, it's again Fen against the Fenners. Yeah. Tibuchu. Shroomf and Tibuchu.
Tibuchu or Tibuchu and Shroomf. So I agree with those assessments. The fact that they're cheap makes it just simple to use. I'll also say the other card that I think from an Ordis perspective that changed the gameplay for Gulrang is Mobile Armorer.
Oh yeah, totally.
That completely changed it, the way that they can play. So
Yeah.
I think that in and of itself is the most impactful card for the faction.
Yeah.
Because an unplayable hero now became possible.
Yeah. It's
And then for Izmir, were you saying Rhymefrost earlier? Because I would say Rhymefrost being, and as well as the Nylum being the two big ones, as we're seeing it being played right now.
It's being like the Rhymefrost either, or just like, I mean, as a rare version, I mean, as a rare card, I would actually say that I like, either like the actually the Blizzard, I like the card, or actually just like basically the Moth Lantern, because it's getting cheaper and being easy to play.
Yeah.
For me personally,
Moth Lantern is good.
and like for a common card, it's actually just like the Rhymefrost, or would be like for a common version still. I also like the Joyride actually as a rare version.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like a cool card, because at some point you're being able to like with that, if you have like the Off You Go, still like 1 mana left, just like discarding it, getting like an additional boost. And as a common, I would say Moth to a Flame is like my most liked common card or common spell for Izmir in general. It's just like playing out it, just like getting the Moth, and just like being able to also boost it, and you're getting like a 3/3 card, just like for 3 mana. I mean, this is like totally fine for me. Like personally,
I'll say the card that has been probably the worst received for me out of all the decks is Mana Flare. I'm like, the only person that could potentially get any benefit in my mind would be Aphanis, but he doesn't play spells that give you that cost 5 less. So you get the benefit of a boost because you're playing Mana Flare, and then a second one by whatever you play, but he plays so low to the ground. I'm struggling to get on again. No, it's back up for me.
It's
so it looks like we should have the next round.
Yeah, and it's Benno against A.W.O.L playing. So it would be Benno played and Aphanis, if I remember right. Was it Aphanis?
Shall we go? So we're going into table 1.
Yeah, it's the final table, or do we have like more final participants for that?
No, table 1.
Oh, it's actually both of them will decide who will win the tournament. Actually,
yeah, this is it. This is the final.
Yeah, and it's Aphanis against Tisha. Oh, this is a hard matchup for Tisha. Yeah, it's like actually a really it's getting like really hard for Tisha. I mean, I'm always saying like, as long as the Muna Bastion will be played out, it's like easy win. I'm always saying that. It's actually not that true, but but it could be like in my head. But
have either of these guys won before, Ben Hall or Easy Lopez?
I think like Easy Lopez went undefeated once in the tournament. I don't know if it was the A.W.O.L, but as a Lopez for sure. But Ben Hall, I'm not sure about Ben Hall. Maybe I can check that out. Maybe at some point. Yeah, I can check it out. But as we can see right now, it's just like a trade for trade. I mean, our Tasha right now has like just like the good chance of that with the cards just like getting kept, so not using like the usual problem against the Fender. Sometimes I have the feeling is like that you need to use sometimes like a lot of more resources or like characters to just like keep to face against like only 1 character and 8 spells that got be played out. So, but now the teacher don't have like this board reset. Maybe got like a good chance. And I mean, with the Trakina also being like in a really good expedition right now, just like in a good read.
It's really strong.
This is
now,
like crazy.
What removals would you say Easy Lopez has from his Muna perspective to be able to play out? Because that's one of the problems with Muna, is that it doesn't have much removal or interaction.
Yeah.
What would he have? What would you have in play? So
I mean, what you want to keep is just like, if you have it like always against Aphanis, like remove it, like Lost in the Woods, if you're being able to do so. It's just like that you want to get like those Muna Bastion out, and like the best thing of course would be just like getting a little Spindle Harvester in combination with boosting anything out, so it's keeping and resupplying. I mean, with the Floretant and the Muna Bastion is also like the aloe vera. That's not only just like a good card to getting anchored, it's just like basically a good card that's getting boosted out. But it's just like for me in the general thing, I would just like want to keep at least trading the expeditions for the beginning, and just like continuing with that to just like anchoring cards and then just like start to trading, and maybe to have like a good chance of like having my Lost in the Woods and then just like kicking out all those characters. And just like for Lopez, I checked it right now, actually went undefeated on the AQC Championship week 5 and also on A.W.O.L Monday week 5. Both of the times being undefeated. Yeah.
And that's in this current season 2, right?
Yeah, it's just like in the current season 2, and it's also just like the fact that beside Ron Sigisma deck on our Monday 6, always playing Tisha and Nara, always playing Tisha. So, and for Benho, also can
look at that.
And yeah, this is like what I said, my most favorite common card. And Benho actually always went for 2 or 5 true on the last streak, always like 5-1 on the AQC. Yeah, so
both good. Very strong players then. Very strong players.
Yeah. So very strong players, and amazing to see them.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what he can bring out to protect himself from. So this is Muna, sorry, this is Easy Lopez. Protect himself against so much removal that I would expect to be there from Afanis or Ben.
I mean, for now, it's just like the Off You Go that is actually, I mean, beside the Off You Go, it's also like the Beauty Sleep, right? Where you as a player could start to getting scared, but at some point, it's also just like a favor for Tisha. If like, for example, the Trakinas just like getting slapped, then of course, you're maybe being able to just like double progress, but those will stick around, getting an additional boost, and it's like for like any card that's getting just like anchored at any rate soon. So it's actually just like the Off You Go, where you're being like, oh, this is like not that good if it comes into play. But otherwise than that, it's just like a small favor, I would say, if those cards just like keep being on the table and going out for later plays. So Lopez right now needs to decide what to mana, and I think it's like a hard decision because here we can see a Math to Flame and a Magical Training. So 2 sheep cost spells just like in the reserve that actually Afanas right now could use. So just like playing out the Math to Flame, keeping it maybe just like on the table, and again just like being able to progress at least on one expeditioner. But I mean, it's also looking good for our Tisha right now.
Yeah,
and
there you go.
The Tooth Fairy to sabotage, and
that is the card to get. Stop this engine from Muna being able to continuously anchor. But it also means you won't be able to play out both your cards.
The Killing Elemental. And when a character you control gains 1 or more boost, if you control 2 or more boosted characters, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less other than me gains anchored. Oh,
she gets it anyway, right?
Yeah.
Still gets his benefit. Jeez.
And she's just like could potentially just like could play out the aloe vera, and it would be just like getting anchored again. So this is like good looking. This is so good looking right now.
Life is good when you're Muna today.
Yes, totally.
That is great. Oh man, the thing is with Afanis, no matter how far back he gets, you just never. I never feel safe.
Yeah.
So, yeah. While I've got you on the line, there's another question I want to ask you, and this will repeat. We'll repeat in the pod as well, because I think this is useful for you to think before we speak. What's your deck building philosophy? How do you deck build?
So,
and before you answer, I'll give you mine, so then you can see. So for me, I look at the entire card pool, and then I build a deck that is around about 50 cards in terms of size, and then I play test with the 50. And I see in reality what are the cards that I'm constantly putting in mana, because then I know, even though my mind originally thought it may be useful, I'm not finding useful in gameplay. But I don't base it on uniques. I base it on overall gameplay, and then I see which uniques could I substitute or improve some of the card pool I have.
Yeah. Totally agreeing on that. Okay,
there
that's
we go.
interesting.
2 anchored cards
Just like
that
two
are getting
anchored
stronger and
cards.
stronger.
And another magical training just like popping off, being able to just like boost out again, so at least
Win
blocking
one
the
side.
hero side, yeah, just like a trade-off again. But it's just like good that both of those Turkinas just like staying out there, and with the fact that both of them actually getting boosted, and the killer elemental could just like join in again when a character you control gains one or more boost. It's just like being the case that actually one of those Hydrokinas again just like staying under the time that's actually getting some removals at that point. So let's see how this continue. Would be interesting. Yeah, I mean, like my building philosophy would be like, so because I don't have like the time to test like a lot of decks that I'm trying on. I mean, it's like a good thing, but also like a not so good thing that I'm being able to cast like and to watch those many amazing tournaments, and also like being able to host like a tournament of mine as well. It's just like amazing. And so even like the effect that I don't have like the time to look like which card is like totally perfectly working for me, and still have like the chance of watching always like the top tables playing against each other. So for me, it's like that I'm just like, for that what I'm I'm just like taking notes for me personally and saying like, oh, okay, this card it's like for example, like with the Trakina, it's like the 20th time that I'm seeing a common Trakina is playing on this deck. So how is it like working actually? And then most of the time I'm just like start to copy paste one of the top decks from recent tournaments, and then I just like start to compare it with other top decks, and then just like decide to, okay, so if this player is choosing that, and after watching the VOD of the certain player, how to add that, and that is like how I'm start to building my deck around. So it's always like starting off with just like a simply copy and paste, what I feel like most player would do, but then continuing of just like the data that I'm always like seeing during the week, and just like collecting for myself to do like additional ads, because I don't have like sadly like the big amount of time to just like try out the decks as I want to, and and it's working really good out for me. So
no, that's good. I like that. I'm not I'm like same thing. I would call it. I'm not a Lego master builder.
Yeah.
Right. But I can follow instructions and then tinker. Right.
Yeah.
I was surprised that a Farnus player just now, Ben Hole, chose to get rid of his other magical training. He had already received the 3 triggers to draw the card, but he wasted, in my mind, the other magical training, especially as he's only got 1 card in reserve.
Yeah.
So interesting. He has to do something because he's fallen, I think, two tracks behind is a lot.
Totally.
Against basically an anchoring machine.
And the thing now is, it's just like interesting that there's just like a mage dancer and still like being 7 cards in hand. So there's like a high chance that those beauty sleeps or just like those those off you goes are just like being in hand. But this is like one of those things, or it's like digging for a blizzard. It could also be like the chance for that. But it's
now there's no point for off you go.
But it's just like the Muna Bastion, right? That's just like getting played out. So it was just like one of those things, okay, I need to play my Mage Dancer. Afterwards, need to know the Muna Bastion is working there. So the Blizzard is like the only hope right now to potentially remove every single card that's just like staying on the board. But let's see how this continues. And you will see the Aloe getting played out, also getting anchored. So still being like in the way of, even if you're playing Blizzard, I'm just like sticking with one of those Aloe and getting a resupply on the upcoming turn, so have fun on that. So it's just like interesting. But it's
Blizzard would
really,
be
really
the
good.
saving grace. And Blizzard would stop him from progressing, and you would progress just once. Because you can get rid of both can you get rid of both cards on the companion side with the Blizzard?
with the Blizzard, yeah, it's just like put every card from a certain side, just like to reserve, exhausting it. And it's actually crazy because of your targeting, actually in expedition, you're not targeting the characters, then this toughness
There
is
you
not
go.
working. And here we go, it's just like getting played out. And yeah, totally sure that just like both of them getting exhaust. So being able to keep the mage dancer, I'm not sure how many versions Ben are actually running in his Harmony Blizzard. Maybe some of the chat can helping out. If no stat. So
Yeah.
just like interesting. So progressing, but it's still looking okay for our teacher right now.
Teacher's gonna do really well because they've got 2 ready-made cards to anchor. Though, do you want to waste or do you want to spend the 4 resources for aloe vera?
Yeah, it's true.
Reducing your ability to use your 2 cards from hand. I would, because I think it's not going to get removed thanks to Muna Bastion. The spindle.
Question.
And he's getting 1 more boost as well because it's the rare mode as well at noon.
And that is amazing.
Sheesh, 3 cards to be anchored this turn.
Yeah, and it's also just like that this Spindle Harvester could play out as a 1 cost, so being able to do like a low pass by. So,
there you go. It's just it's like you know how to play. You know which card to play first.
Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna happen here.
And it's just like the mage chance are adding to that, and it could like continue. I mean, now it could be also like one of those things that actually, I also believe that like Afana still have like a good chance of taking it back with some cards, but I would say now our teacher also could like easily split up those cards left in the reserve. 8 mana and 7 cards, I mean, it's one mage dancer and just like a lot of space that you could play out with low cost. So it could be like easily possible. But right now, it could be also just like that the teacher now could just like split up those characters again to prevent one of those blizzards. And maybe with that, just like an additional Ogun or just like the competitor that we saw before, to continue on boosting that. And it seems like continuing with that. So the Trakina getting played out on the companion side, and still the Alorea sitting on the reserve. So let's see how this will continue. And we will see another, just like the helping hand from reserve getting played out. All right. Still 5 mana left. So there are like so many spells that potentially could be played out now. Yeah.
A lot. Wow.
Yes. And just like playing it out and maybe just like hoping that not another Blizzard would just like.
Well, I don't think you can. It doesn't Blizzard cost six resources?
Oh, I thought no, it's 5. The common
it's
version.
5? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, a Floretent would work so good for that now, because then they're just like losing the anchored. But I would say at least our refiners would be able to just like, already doing it. But it could be also like the chance of actually playing out the mage dancer on hero side and also being able to at least progress through the hero side. So also getting a double progress on that. So yeah.
And I got a question for you on Blizzard.
Yes.
With Blizzard, because you're sending all characters, you don't have to play the moon attacks, the Muna Haypoint. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's only if it's target character and you're not targeting the character, you're targeting the region. So that's really good to know. That's good, useful information where Muna, let's use the proper term, the Spindle Muna Bastion. There is no tax under if you use Blizzard. Yeah.
It's also just like the only way that like actually teacher could prevent of like those cards getting like array is just like if they're being anchored and have the Floretent just like on play, so that the anchoring effect.
Look at the board state.
Yeah, it's like crazy. It's just like crazy. And
well, the good thing is all they have to do, it depends on what he gets from the resupply. But if they can hold one side,
They can hold one side. Well, there you go. You got your resupply benefit already.
Oh, that's crazy. And another spindle, and he lost to the roots. And actually, so basically, yeah, we see small step giant leap.
And we didn't even consider this, and he just won like that. Just like, hey, yeah,
like
I won.
Okay, we wanted like a little bit too like for a little bit.
We were too analytical. We forgot about the main card.
Yeah, it's just
in
like,
the game
because it was so interesting. We can continue to go just directly on table 2.
Okay.
If you want, it's Tibuchu against Tanky.
If I want, of course I want.
Oh, okay.
Let's do this.
Okay, that's good. And it will be Lindy against Athanas. And it's again seems pretty amazing, but our Athanas still got like 4 mana left. Just like a helping hand sitting on there.
Okay. Now, Lindaway, I'm hoping. Come on, Lindaway.
Yeah.
You got to show me the archetype on how to actually build.
Maybe at least Lindy is getting the game. That's right. It's true. But at least Lindy.
Yeah.
And all right.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Boosting up
and
again.
With helping hand. So the benefits of helping hand is you can helping hand in a Athanas is that you can give, I guess, remove fleeting. From one character, give it boost, and then because of Athanas, you can give any other character the additional boost.
Yeah.
Okay, look at this. Now we've got Athanas in the lead. Do we see another small step giant leap?
I mean, there's like a high chance that we're reviewing it. just like
six
that.
Cards in hand, and already going through 5 or 6 rounds, they would have kept it in hand if they received it. Oh no, he does not.
Ooh.
The plot thickens. All right. Well, let's see. And of course, Lindaway going second for this round will have to pay the 1 cost if they wanted to bring out more.
Yeah, that's true. So let's see. But I mean, we're playing it out like that.
Okay, they still managed to find their cheap cost card for sacrifice. Baba Zizba is getting ready to be used. What would you do? What would I do? Would I bring out Baba Yaga onto the hero side? Sorry, onto the companion side? I think I would, but I don't know what he has in hand.
The thing is with that, it's actually just like not that good regions right now for our. Yeah, it's just like hard. But
Tenki's got a tough slog ahead of him.
Yeah, but it's just like I have like the feeling of already that this is like good to go for Athanas. It's just like in GG.
Yeah.
like if I would be honest, looking at those
He's just
yeah,
it's hard. It is, because no matter what you do with the sacrifice, you cannot sacrifice enough to win both sides.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you have to sacrifice from your companions, from your hero side at the moment.
I mean, it's still like 2 cards left on hand, and also like the Baba Yaga. And I mean, you could just like creating at the cost of Ron the Ma on the companion side. And yeah, it's just like with a lantern and with it, it's just like basically there is like a chance. There is like a really rare chance, like rarer chance, but basically this is just like, I mean, could create a more. The Babas is but just like sacrificing, Studio Disciples at some point. Getting boosts on that.
Yeah. At least Athanas wins another tournament. Who'd have thought, right?
Yeah.
Never happens.
Never happened before.
Awesome.
And yeah, we're starting off with the Baba Yaga, all right.
Okay.
But with this to add, also just like with continuing, just like a magical training, this is like not looking even better. It's just like looking even worse than that. Oh boy. It's not good. Not good for our Lindy right now.
What does he have?
It's a good question. What should be like the 2 last cards?
Yeah. It is a toughie. What time is it for you at the moment?
It's always almost like 11 p.m. here in Germany.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so 10:45. It's 2:45 p.m.
Oh,
here in Salt Lake City.
that is good.
Yeah. I basically had the day off. Took the day off work so I can do this.
That is cool.
Why not?
Cool.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
I'll make up for it later on tonight and do some more work. But split my shift in two. Okay, let's see.
And if you do, you send target character to reserve with hand cost 3 or less. And you may discard a character, target opponent discard a card from the hand. I mean, it's not looking like a bad card.
You couldn't use it anyway because it was
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's just like the studio disciple getting continued to play, so congrats on that. So, and there's another one. Okay, there are like plenty of characters left.
Now I'm just gonna do everything. Yes. I'm gonna show you how much I'm beating you by continuing to play after reporting one. And then it's GG with a little bit of spice.
Yeah, it's just like congrats on that. So, is amazing.
All right, have we made it to the end?
Not yet. There's still like some games going on.
Okay.
Like on the lower table, so if you want, we can just like watch. So there's like one table that actually just like where like the hostage deck is belongs to, but we can also just like watch another Gurring deck.
Yeah, play. I'm happy to go. Which table would you like me to go to?
It would be table 18. No, it's finished. I'm sorry, it's finished.
So there's table 17 is still in progress. Let's do tables. Have we? Table 16 will be hard because that's going to be the chaser doing his slow.
We can
slow
finish
roll.
it, Rupert. It's like okay, we can join in.
Okay,
because,
let's chaser.
Yeah, let's go to chaser, and it's like oh boy.
And Esparta. We are Esparta. Okay, let's see.
But it seems like that's actually maybe at some point.
Whoa,
could be okay. I mean, as a teacher,
Brazilian. Look, he's got everything on the board.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Like, also, MT. This is like a new Brazilian team. I'm not
MT.
sure.
Okay.
MT. Yeah.
That means it's the fourth team from Brazil we've seen today.
Yeah. It's just like amazing.
They're growing.
So,
is there a US team? I don't think there is any.
I mean, it's like Ace, a team.
Aces. Okay.
Yeah, Ace. Yeah. It's like Other with Connor. I know like the podcast and also like the actual fact that Cole Rabbi joined our team HC. So maybe we can say that we are a little bit American team because we have some Americans actually playing with us.
You go.
But we also have like German players, Swiss players, Spanish. So it definitely becomes a team. So
who's the Spanish player from your team?
Franny Garrigo is actually being part of our team.
Look at that. He still wins anyway. Okay.
It never becomes a team, so okay, Cole. I'm sorry. I just like was asking. But American team, I'm not sure.
I don't think there is any. It's still fairly young here. That's fun. All right. I think is that everybody finished or we have
table
one
17
more?
is the last table left.
All right, let's have a look at table 17. We're going to trickle this down all to the very end, to the bitter end. But it's not bitter, it's fun.
Yeah, it's Basira and Sierra actually playing against, and nice.
This is fun. This is the kind of games I like to see. Not your usual in-faction meta decks, but it shows more creativity, right?
Yeah, it's true. It's just like awesome to watch. But the Iceborne Hollow.
It's a nice Aja.
Yeah, I think us Americans just keep getting adopted. Yeah. Carl, maybe one of you guys could just adding a new podcast episode of we're not being able to create an American team because the European teams are taking those American players away.
Yeah, like that sounds like a podcast that Kohlrabi will do with Wookie, and Wookie will be complaining about what's going on now. So Kohlrabi, I'll leave that podcast to you.
But as Cole mentioned in chat before, I already need to learn how that's actually podcast existing. But it's actually the fact that I'm listening to the podcast, but I'm listening before I go to bed. So it's just like 5 minutes active listening, and then it's just like my sleep.
See, so they do it pretty late when they record, and I try to listen to the live one, and then I listen to it again when I'm either going home or coming to work.
Maybe I should start, but I'm also don't have Paddy Feds asleep before the lore parts. Yeah, but maybe you should do them earlier.
These guys, so it's late for me. It's like midnight, so it'll be your morning. It'll be like as you're waking up. Not midnight, about 9 or 10 in the evening, my time. But right. They seem like the guys at Anchored Corner. Sorry, not Anchored Corner, Altered Corner.
Yeah,
seem like they're having a blast. They really do.
Yeah.
The three personalities of their team is so different. On my podcast, on A Hero's Guide to Asgartha, myself and Nick, and he'll probably hear this afterwards. He is the kind of player that just tries to do all kinds of shenanigans, learning. Looks like Sigurlat left and has left poor A.W.O.L in the lurk. Oh, that's poor form. Poor form, Sigurlat. Very poor form. Oh no, he quit the game. I guess it just took a while for it to go through.
Yeah.
So he tries all these things and gets really mad when the deck style he's trying to make work doesn't work out.
Yeah.
So I love seeing the passion, the reaction, and then every week he comes back with this brand new hope that this new deck is going to be the deck that breaks everything, and it doesn't work. So it's just I see him build himself up, break himself down, but he's so tenacious in his determination to try. Whereas I'm a very light tinkerer. Once I stick with something, I try it for a while, then I move. Whereas it didn't work today. He switches his whole deck out. I'm all about the small changes.
Yeah.
So
that's amazing. I'm already just like so excited to join in.
It's gonna be fun. We're excited to have you. We're gonna have you, buddy. The goal is by the end of the week.
I already told like my girlfriend and my family. I was like, I've got invited to a podcast, and like also when I got invited to interview of Blue, and they were like, how do you feeling about it? I was like, I don't know what to say. Usually I'm really good at talking, but I remember when we did like the first interview with Blue, I was just like stunned and was like, what do I am answering now? I'm getting like a question. What do I say now?
You did good. You did good. This is the one you did with Blue, right? With you guys did great where you were introducing AQZ and how we got founded. I love how it was so casually like, hey, we should start a team. Why not? Sure, we don't want to be that competitive. We want to enjoy the game. But I see you guys as more involved in other facets of the game and not just the competitive gameplay.
Yeah,
right?
It started out with like the competitive play, but then I would say like at the point when like I joined in and also like some others continued to just like cast, that we have like a cool mix of just like players that like actively playing on those tournaments and players that actively just like during like casting or streaming. So it's amazing. It's a nice mix, and I like everyone in our team that joined in or just like saying it's like amazing. And it's also amazing because the tournament came to an end and we have like results for that. So
we have one undefeated player.
Yeah.
That's a lot of 6-1s. 5 6-1 players.
So if you want, you can shout out the top 16.
Yes, I will. So congratulations to Ben Hall.
like if you do
goal! Goal! Ben Hall. It's Ben Hall and goal go together right there. So Ben Hall, congratulations being the winner, going 7-0, playing across multiple areas, kept table number 1 for 3 consecutive games. Well, not 3 consecutive, 3 games in total out of the 7 rounds. He was on top table. Congratulations. I don't know if you're affiliated to any team, Benhol, yet, but I'm sure there'll be people reaching out to say, would you please join us? In second place, as all the way down to sixth place, we had five people. Sorry, we've got 5 people that went 5-1. We had Easy Lopez, Jobias 18, Thibaut Chu, Arthur Baclair, or Bacala, Arthur Bacala, and Watamatu. Congratulations to all of you. Now, one thing I don't know, and maybe you could just explain, is there any prize support or at least getting no, and maybe not prize support. We can scrap that even in a live session. I don't know how you do it, but who gets the progression on your adventure pass?
I don't know if like no, I'm on A.W.O.L. There's like no progression on the adventure pass yet. But the top
that's
16,
crazy with the amount of people that are here.
And top 16 is getting a right to an end event, and I don't know. I'm like not sure because I never read those stuff. But maybe the first place or the second place is getting a prize, but I'm not sure. But I know the top 16 is getting invited. Yeah.
Well, you know what I'll do is Benhol, you came first. Give me a call or reach out to me on the Discord. I've got 2 packs of the promo packs from what is it called? From Trial by Frost. If you reach out to me, I will find a way of getting those to you, even if I open them up, doing it live with you, and you get the 2 packs. So
that is amazing.
Reach out to me. They're promo packs, but my hope is that you get a unique, right? That's the goal.
That is cool. That's amazing. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you for writing it.
I've got 2 unopened packs here that I'll give to you from the Trial by Frost promos.
Oh, that is amazing. But yeah, so I would say this is like the end. The tournament finished again, 7 rounds, 1 clear winners, and even with like those disconnections through Board Games Arena, at the end still 40 players that being able to just like play it. So yeah, that's amazing. So yes. Is there anything that you want to just like advertise during the stream? I mean, your podcast that you already mentioned, like, can you just like again, or like other stuff that you want to do?
So for me, thanks for having me. I'm grateful to be now part of the streaming team to support however I can. My main thing is, and I'll say the same thing with Kohlrabi, Altered Corner, which they do, and ourselves at A Hero's Guide to Asgartha, is trying to get this game promoted in the US. We believe it is a fantastic game, like all of you that have played today, and for us to be able to be part of that hand that progresses it forward is where we're going to. Listen to our podcast if you're interested in that. Not everyone enjoys podcasts, but we do. We're only audio right now. My goal is really to be able to create that dynamic of getting the lore out in a way that people can consume it without having to read it on their own. I think it's a lot harder doing it that way. So
yeah,
that's where I'm at. And my cohort or my team is just me and Nick. So you'll see him as I'll put a note afterwards. We can put it in the Discord where you can reach out to myself or Nick on Altered Corner. Sorry, not Altered. That's pretty sad. I said Altered Corner. That's not even me. On A Hero's Guide to Asgartha. Us and Altered Corner, we have a love-hate, love-love relationship where we just banter back and forth on our podcast about each other. So It's been really good. And we've even had Kohlrabi join our podcast and leave theirs to be able to promote us. So we're very grateful for that. And I'm sure it causes some jokes between their team. But that's it for me.
Okay.
I'm happy. And reach out to me, Cruz on the Discord. I'm able to support you in any way that I can. And as I said, if there's anyone that wants to get some of the Trial by Frost adventure passes or adventure tracks, the thick ones that came out for the pre-release, find me on the Discord at Cruise, and all I ask is that you pay for the shipping. I'll give you the pack, so if you want it, or wait a few months until we meet together at a convention or so.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much. And have I something? Yeah, I can shout out like the upcoming tournaments that also were like happening through the week. So Wednesday, there will be the non-unique championship, already like the week 7 for all those who said like, how would the meta look like if there are like non-uniques allowed at all? Then just like jump directly into it. It would be cast on Freeloader's Twitch channel, and maybe if Freeloader wants to, I'm being able to join in this stream as well. And then there will be the A.W.O.L on Thursday or like Wednesday. It depends on where you live, basically. So you can also join in then. Then on Wednesday, there will be the AQC Championship season, week 12 already being in. So that is just like amazing. And will be cast just like on my Twitch channel, Paandyandy. And yeah, there are also the Go for Order Red. This was like the tournament that actually was the first tournament to break the record of 169 players that joined in. And it's just like coming back with a spring break single tournament. So join in if you want to do. And also, I don't know if like the spaghetti odds or anything else is just like there. And yeah, actually, what else can I advertise for myself? So if you don't know it, I'm streaming on Twitch, Paandyandy. You can follow if you want. I'm trying to also stream some solo play. And I actually almost finished a YouTube video where I talk about a certain topic and that I want to talk about also on my YouTube channel. So you can join in, guys, watch the video. And yeah, I would say, did I forget something?
Yeah, I would say if anyone has a spare championship mat, that they can reach out to you to find a good, reasonable price to get it off them for.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It doesn't mean you still have to win one though.
Yeah, of course. But if you have one, guys, I would be so happy to do that. But yeah, besides that, as I said again, thanks so much for watching and also for playing. If you did both, and yeah, thank you so much again, Chile, for being here. So I'm so happy that I was being able to be part with you for your first stream. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, hey, it's a pleasure my way as well being with you.
Oh, thank you.
I knew we were going to have fun, and I think we did.
We had a lot of fun.
We went for 3 hours, and it does not feel like that.
Yeah, it's just like amazing. So I don't have like to add anything. So I would say goodbye, guys. Have a nice evening, and see you on the next time.